Good evening, and welcome to the City of Roswell Mayor and City Council meeting for November 28th, 2022. I am Mayor Kurt Wilson. For the record, Sarah Beeson came in today after the certification by Fulton County of the runoff election and have signed the oath of office, so we would like to recognize and welcome Sarah here at the end as our newest council member. And Sarah, after the new year, we'll do a nice little formal thing where you can do the formal swearing-in ceremony. So we'll do it here and have family and have everybody here. So we're looking forward to that. She just got certified at 4:40 this afternoon, so she's just got here with us. So we're glad you're here. Thank you. I'd also like to acknowledge the other council members present: Councilmember Lee Hills, Councilmember William Mortland, Councilmember Michael Palermo, Councilmember Peter Vanstrom, and for the record, Councilmember Hall has an excused absence. I'd now like to turn it over to our City Administrator, Mr. Randy Knighton, to explain how the meeting is run. Mr. Knighton, sir.
Thank you, Mayor Wilson. In accordance with Section Chapter 3.70 of the City Code, the City Council shall hold regular public meetings. The purpose of City Council meetings are for the public to participate and speak on agenda items which constitute formal decisions by the elected body. These items are listed on the published agenda, which can be accessed via the city website prior to the meeting. This is a public meeting, and some items do require a formal public hearing. A significant and important component of City Council meetings are to hear directly from citizens on items listed on the agenda. Public comments or questions are essential for the mayor and council to consider in their discussion and deliberations. City citizens are at the top of the organizational chart for the City of Roswell, and therefore it is imperative for mayor and council to hear from citizens in these meetings. If you would like to speak on an item, we ask that you will fill out a comment card, which can be found at the back of the room and up at the podium to ensure an accurate record of the meeting. We ask, of course, that everyone observe the principles of mutual respect and display the appropriate demeanor during the course of the meeting, which should be reflective of our great community. The mayor is the presiding officer of the meeting and will ensure the orderly exchange of comments, questions, and discussion leading to decision-making by the elected body. We would also encourage those in attendance and the viewing audience to visit the city website for meetings, events, and departmental information. We also encourage you to review and participate in the various activities and offerings in the city. There are many events scheduled upcoming in the city, which the mayor will discuss in a few moments, which promote community, physical activity, and leisure as we all make Roswell the #1 family community in America. Mayor Wilson.
Thank you, Mr. Knighton. Excellent job as always. Thank you, sir. At this time, I'd like to call the Reverend Billy Novell, who's the chaplain for the City of Roswell and regional coordinator for the National Day of Prayer, to the front for our invocation and moment of silence.
Well, good evening, everyone. I have just under 5 minutes for a few words of encouragement and a prayer. So first, I want to thank you, Mayor Kurt Wilson, for your outstanding leadership and for our city council members for the remarkable work that you do individually and as city councilors collectively for our great city of Roswell. We can have a quick moment of silence before I continue. I want to congratulate you on approving and appointing 21 fire captains to our Roswell Fire Department, and you've really made history. So I don't know what all you had to do to make that happen, but on behalf of the citizens of Roswell, we want to say thank you. Your role as city council requires you to interact with people, and that's where the job gets a little tricky, right? So my goal is to encourage you with 6 words, which I sincerely hope could help you make your work and life a little easier. Quick to listen, slow to speak. I'm citing James 1:19, says, "My dear brothers and sisters, take note of this. Everyone should be quick to listen, slow to speak." It's not by chance that God has given us 2 ears and 1 mouth. I think God intended for us to listen twice as much as we speak. And it's interesting to note that we don't learn from what we speak. We learn from what we hear others speak. Your job requires you to speak up, yet you are so much more effective when you listen to what others have to say, and you listen to each other. So, James addressed these listeners as my dear brothers and sisters, but they were not biological family. So while you are not biologically related, you will achieve so much more when you relate to each other as you would to your brother or your sister, who's not identical to you, yet you identify with each other, accommodate each other, and that's because you have something in common. What you all have in common, we all together, is our beloved city of Roswell. So please bow your heads with me, if you will, as I pray. Our dear Father in heaven, I humbly and respectfully ask you to bless and endow our Roswell City Council with extraordinary wisdom as they listen more to each other and to the citizens of our great city of Roswell, as they serve and govern with passion and compassion. I also pray for the relationship between our city council and our fellow citizens, not to treat each other as us and them, because they are us. Help our city council and our citizens to challenge each other without condemning each other, critique each other without criticizing each other, respond to each other without resenting each other. Help our city council as they take all the necessary initiatives and measures with enthusiasm, determination, motivation, and deliberation, as they sometimes have to crunch the numbers to make it possible to meet the multifaceted needs of our city, and at times amidst unfair and unwarranted criticism. Bless our mayor, our city council, our city management, as well as each and every city employee in every department as they diligently work the nuts and bolts to keep all the moving parts of our city harmoniously working 24/7 for us to safely and effectively live, work, learn, play, and worship. May this Christmas be the best Christmas ever and the best holiday season all across our city, nation, and the world, with peace and goodwill to all its people. I respectfully and humbly ask these things in the name of our Lord Jesus Christ. Amen.
Amen.
Quick to listen, slow to speak. God bless you.
So at this time, I would like to call Ron Redner, Vice President of the Georgia Society of the Sons of the American Revolution, and also a member of the Roswell Rotary Club, to come forward along with his band of brothers from the Sons of the American Revolution to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
Mayor and Council, if you don't mind, we're coming into the 250th anniversary of the United States. And for the next few years, during the war years, back 250 years, in that honor, we're going to plant liberty trees, elm trees, in and around Roswell. So with that being said, let's do the pledge.
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ron. Thank you, gentlemen. Well done. By the way, thank you, Reverend Billy, for that great prayer. It was wonderful. Thank you, sir. So next on the agenda is the mayor's report. The first item is the reading of a proclamation for the esteemed veteran of Roswell Award to U.S. Army Specialist 4th Class Billy Vernon Wetzel. At this time, I'd like to call Army Specialist 4th Class Billy Vernon Wetzel to the front, and I'm going to read Specialist Wetzel a proclamation for the esteemed veteran of Roswell. And counsel, would you join me as well? I'd love to have your company.
Oh, do I turn around?
Got it right. That's right.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Proclamation, Office of the Mayor, Specialist 4th Class, Billy Vernon Wetzel. Whereas in 1967, Billy Vernon Wetzel enlisted the United States Army and was sent to Fort Bragg, North Carolina for basic infantry training and completed his advanced infantry training at Fort Jackson, South Carolina. Billy requested paratrooper school at Fort Benning mainly because he wanted to come in from the air and hit the ground running. The other incentive was that the Army paid $55 extra a month for the specialty position. Billy was proud to train and earn his jump wings and forever be guaranteed to arrive via helicopter. He subsequently received orders for Vietnam and was assigned to the 101st Airborne Infantry Combat Regiment during the Tet Offensive. His duties were combat infantry rifleman, and the missions were simply to search and destroy the enemy. And whereas in April 1968, in a village called Pusan, Billy and his platoon came in at night by helicopter and jumped into a rice field, also known as a rice paddy, with no parachute. The skilled helicopter pilots hovered over the ground, no higher than the height of a palm tree, and the soldiers, one by one, jumped to the ground and successfully evacuated the helicopter. On April 28th, at the young age of 20, and after fighting the enemy all night, Billy was shot the next morning going into the enemy territory. Billy was hit in the chest, and the bullets exited out of his back in several places. And at that moment, he also lost his right flank man and left point man. On the following morning, another platoon was brought in to rescue the casualties left in the dried rice paddies. Mike Sellers, Specialist 4th Class, who was transferred as an infantry substitute from his original duties as a cook, carried Billy over his shoulder, and at that time, Billy was shot again in the right shoulder. Billy was airlifted to a Quonset hut, where he was operated on and transported out to the USS Repose hospital ship off the coast of Vietnam. Billy, along with the other wounded soldiers, was transported with a collapsed lung and a tracheotomies, to the Tripler Army Hospital in Hawaii, and then on to Womack Army Hospital at Fort Bragg. Billy's final assignment was the 82nd Airborne Combat Unit, where he completed his 2-year enlistment. And whereas after raising his family, Billy desired to give back and be involved in the Military Order of the Purple Heart. Billy serves as a sergeant at arms and participates in the fundraising for the troops. Billy has been a resident of Roswell for 44 years and has owned and operated 2 companies, Action Mobile Platform and Village Lawn and Garden. Billy and his wife Sandra have 2 sons, and they will celebrate their 55th wedding anniversary on December 23rd, 2022. And whereas Specialist 4th Class Billy Vernon Wetzel received his honorable discharge in August 1969, and the United States Army awarded and bestowed the following medals: National Defense Service Medal, Vietnam Service Medal, Parachute Badge, Combat Infantryman's Badge, Air Medal, Good Conduct Medal, and 2 Purple Heart Medals. Now therefore I, Kurt M. Wilson, Mayor of the City of Roswell, do hereby name Specialist 4th Class Billy Vernon Wetzel, esteemed veteran of Roswell, and call upon all our citizens to recognize his outstanding service to our country and our community, and that there is no higher calling than those who have served in the United States Armed Forces. Congratulations. Like to say a few words? Yes.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, City of Roswell. A lot of veterans don't talk. I think about it every day. In 55 years, that offensive pretty rough. And a lot of people say, was it worth it? Well, me as a combat troop, anytime we lose American, worth it. Anytime we can keep ourselves out of harm's way, have our country be like Ukraine or Russia, it's worth it. A lot of young people don't understand, but I was raised on a farm. I had a lot of responsibility at a young age. We had dairy cows, and my dad counted on me. I have two older brothers. They kind of counted on me too. They worked me in pretty good shape. But anyhow, I felt a calling, go in the military. I volunteered, and back in the 60s when President Kennedy was there, that kind of stuck with me when he says, it's not what your country can do for you, but what you can do for your country. And I thank this audience very much for honoring me.
Would you like to have your lovely bride come up here? I'm sure. Come on up here. We'll take a few pictures. This is for you.
I know.
Right?
Just do that.
Are we good?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Play a little golf out of Roswell. I'm a starter out there.
Oh, you are?
Yeah. I think y'all, some of y'all play.
I've been,
I could drive a car.
You work.
Thank you.
55, congratulations.
Kept myself pretty busy, so I didn't have time to think about all that. Love you, Joe, too.
Proud of you. Proud to have you in Roswell.
You don't need this?
No, you can. Oh, thank
When,
you.
When you were 3 years old or 4
I
years
know. I looked up there, I thought, oh my gosh.
Yeah, that's me headed out when we was going on a what they call a heliborne assault.
Jump in and go.
Well, we hovered over the hot LZ. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
So much. Don't you play rough golf out of Raleigh?
Unfortunately. Yes, sir. So Robin had given me that proclamation earlier, and she said, be forewarned, it's going to be a tough one to read. You can see why it was. It's hard to fully appreciate the gravity of that kind of service. I guess the last item tonight under the mayor's report is upcoming events in the city of Roswell. And what I'd like to do first is I'd like to thank everyone. Council, thank you. Randy, thank you. But I'd like to thank everyone for a wonderful tree lighting event on Friday, December the 2nd at the heart of Roswell Park. And I'd personally like to thank all the staff who worked so hard on the event. Is Jeff here? Jeff's not here, is he? Let me just share with you the names of those that worked the event on Friday. Jason Cook, Jeff Cryer, Juan Banks, Waki Ibrahim, Vicki Kelly, Amber Malinky, Zorana Braddock, Tamika Smart, David Crow, Jimmy Yalovich, Becky Hawkins, Dina Bush. I'd also like to thank those that did the event setup, including the tree and lights. Nick Pashira, who coordinated delivery and construction of tree and worked the event on Friday. Kyle Patterson, who did all the sod around the tree. Sean McHenry, who did all the sod around the tree. Trey Pickens, who did all the sod around the tree. Darius Knuckles, who worked the event on Friday and led the team that pine strawed and pruned prior to the event. And a special thanks to the event coordinators, Rusty Pruitt, Deputy Director of Recreation and Parks, Chris Ward, Special Events Manager, Andy Gambrill, Special Events Coordinator, and Jonathan King, Special Event Coordinator. And I just saw Jeff in, and Jeff, just you and your team did a remarkable job. I just got a text literally walking in here from a gentleman who's lived all his life in Roswell. And he said, for 20 years, it was our hope downtown that would happen. And you guys pulled it off with such miraculous, with just outstanding execution. And it was a great event for our city. So thank you so much, sir. Well done. Just a couple of events to share with you. We've got a couple holiday events that you can find at roswellgov.com/holiday. I'm going to tell you about 4 of them real quick. December 15th through 17th is the Winter Puppet Series, Trouble in Toyland at the Roswell Cultural Arts Center. December 17th at 3 and 7 p.m., Roswell Dance Stars. One of my daughters is a long time participant in the Roswell Dance Stars. It's an amazing group. Roswell Dance Stars presents The Grinch Remixed at the Roswell Cultural Arts Center. December 18th, Holly Dolly Christmas featuring Katie Dill at 7 p.m. at the Roswell Cultural Arts Center. And December 20th through December 22nd, the Winter Puppet Series Holiday Punch. And times this too will be at the Roswell Cultural Arts Center. And one little last piece, last week there was so much going on, but just something that was really fun. So Will Morthland took me to the Roswell Rec Gym. And we have an incredible gymnastics program in this city, incredible. And we went there to go celebrate 3 young men, high school seniors, gone through the Roswell Recreation gymnastics program, and all 3 of them have Division I scholarships, one to Oklahoma, one to Nebraska, one to Ohio State. I can't tell you what a big deal that is in the gymnastics world. It's just, again, a massive credit to this great Parks and Recs program. So, and Will, thanks for taking me. So that being said, that's the end of the mayor's report. The next item is a department award. Michael Fisher, would you please come forward to announce the award? Okay. Mr. Randy Knighton is going to sit in for Michael tonight. So formally welcome Mr. Randy Knighton. Welcome, Randy.
Thank you, Mayor, and to the council, as well as the viewing audience and those in attendance this evening. It gives me great honor and pleasure to recognize one of our city staff. Our city staff does a great job every single day serving the citizens of Roswell. They're a highly efficient group of professionals who are dedicated and committed to the vision of the city. On November 3rd, 2022, the Grant Professionals Association bestowed its highest honor and inducted Roswell employee Danny Blitch, our grants manager, into the 2022 class of Distinguished Fellows. Inductees are nominated by their GPA peers and have raised the level of awareness in the grant profession at the highest level. The Grant Professionals class of Distinguished Fellows was founded in 2018 to recognize and preserve the history of professional grant proposal writers, administrators, and development professionals. The majority of Danny's career has been dedicated to the city of Roswell. The grant division has helped city staff achieve many of their project goals through grant funding. Among some of those grants are the following: construction and fitness improvements at the Adult Recreation Center on Grimes Bridge Road, construction of critical segments of the Roswell Riverwalk multi-use and boardwalk, stormwater wetlands demonstration project and Big Creek Park Trail construction, energy efficiency upgrades at City Hall and Law Enforcement Center buildings, preservation of the city's historic cemeteries, homeland security training, emergency and hazard materials response vehicles, construction of an addition to the Roswell Recycling Center, green space and land acquisition and park facility improvements at Girard Landing. Please join me in congratulating Danny Blitch on his impressive achievements and induction into the 2022 class of Distinguished Fellows.
I have the award, if you guys want to pose with a picture, or a picture, that would be fantastic.
Well, the man, where's the man that needs to be posing, right? Back there, right? Yeah, we're going to go join you. Congratulations, Danny. Thank you, Mr. Knighton. So next is the consent agenda. Does council have any questions or comments regarding any items on the consent agenda? Councilmember Palermo.
Thank you, Mayor Wilson. And I'm sure Sherry knows this, but I'd like to remind our newest colleague that, of course, an elected official could certainly request any items off the consent agenda if you'd like for discussion on any of the items.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
Michael, that's it?
That was my only comment, Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Being there no additional comments from council, is there anyone from any Roswell residents that would like to speak on the consent agenda? Yes, sir. Welcome. Please share with everyone your name and where you live. Welcome, Michael, but let everybody know who you are and where you live.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Council. My name is Michael Del Chero. I live at 1075 Churchill Lane. I want to make a special remark about an item on the consent agenda. It has something to do about the intersection at West Road and Crossville Road.
Item number 3.
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Thank you so much, Mayor.
Absolutely.
So if I can just, indulge for a minute. I remember where I was on April 24th, 2017. I was actually on business travel. I was up in Minneapolis meeting with a client. My phone buzzed. And it's probably a notification, maybe from an app, text, or what have you. So I didn't look at it right there and then. But later on, I saw my phone, and it was a message, I think it was Nixle, can't quote me on that, about a fatality accident at West Road and 92. I'm certain that Councilmember Hills and Councilmember Morthland remember this day well, actually. Two teens from Lassiter High School were going eastbound. James Pratt and his younger brother, Joseph. They were going at a high rate of speed, granted, but they were both killed instantly when they collided with the school bus. I didn't know that at that moment. So I reached out to my wife, Marinelli. I was thinking, like, that could have been her. It could have been a neighbor. I really mean that. It could have been someone that was close to us. So thank goodness I got her on the phone. She was just fine. On August 31st, 2020, this is during COVID, of course, on a Zoom call, and I think Councilmember Palermo remembers, that I brought up during open mic night about a concern I had with that intersection. And at the close of that meeting, I immediately got a phone call from the previous leader and director of RDOT, the Roswell Department of Transportation. And we did a phone call on 9/11 of all days in 2020, just an intake call for discovery. And then on December 21st, he outlined an approach about what can and cannot be done. And he said that we'll keep an eye on this, that GDOT is very data-driven, and they have their own process and procedure. I think one of the tenets of our council and mayor and all leadership and parts of the city, it's our safety. And this might be relatively benign, to go ahead and address an intersection to make it safer. I think all of us want safe streets. But I want to thank you all for taking this home. It is a proven to be a deadly intersection, and when I heard, watching a committee stream several weeks ago, when I heard this is going to be brought to the agenda, I was absolutely thrilled. And so I want to let you all, I appreciate that, and I think that will be something that will make things much safer for all of us. So thank you.
Thank you, Michael. Those comments are greatly appreciated. Very much. And would any other Roswell residents like to speak on that item or any other items on the consent agenda? Being that there are no additional comments, I bring it back to the council for any additional comments in relation to the consent agenda. Well, I'm going to piggyback Michael's comment, and I want to give great credit to Transportation Department. And fortunately, Dave's not here. Dave always gets a hard time. He didn't get here the one time that he would get a nice little bit of love, and he deserves it. Dave Cox, and thank you, Director Littlefield, for being here. Director Littlefield is brand new from us. We've got this incredible new Transportation Director, Jeff Littlefield. But I also want to say that, and thank you, Michael, for bringing it up, that Lee and Will were big leaders in making sure this happened as well. So thank you so much for that. I really appreciate that. All right. Do I have a motion to approve the consent agenda?
Motion to approve.
Motion by Councilmember Hills. Do I have a second?
Second.
Seconded by Councilmember Wortland. All those in favor of the passing the consent agenda, please raise your hands. The consent agenda passes unanimously. Thank you so much. So next is the Community Development Department. Councilmember Palermo, would you please read the first community development item?
Item number 1, approval of the final plat 2022-4120, Grand Reserve at Litchfield, Phase 3. Ms. Dybel?
Might work. Hopefully.
Jackie, you need something?
All right, well, we'll try something different.
We don't have Michael Fisher here, our resident
Yep, I'm gonna use.
AV specialist.
Why, it worked this afternoon. Anyway. No, that's projector. That's okay. Okay, well, we will do this differently. So this is the final plat for the Grand Reserve at Litchfield Phase 3. And what happened to the projector? Okay, people keep changing my stuff. Okay. Well, this is going to be a night of technical difficulties. Just changing stuff back there.
That's right, Jackie. Is there anybody, if anybody can knock it out of the park, it's you.
Okay, here we go. Maybe. So the final plat for Litchfield, Grand Reserve at Litchfield Phase 3, well, I'll just talk about it. I would love to show you where it is, but it doesn't seem to want to come up. There's 17 lots. I don't know what, my PowerPoint is upside down. Would have been nice if this was working.
I would be glad. Does anybody in the audience like to see the plat? I have it here. We're glad to share it with you. Anybody want to see the plat? Raise your hand and I'll bring it to you. Okay.
So, anyway, 17 lots, Phase 3, Grand Reserve at Litchfield off of Cox Road. Zoned AG 43. All the lots are 1 acre or more. The applicant is here to answer any questions, but staff is recommending approval of the plat for Phase 3 of Grand Reserve at Litchfield.
Thank you, Jackie. Does council have any questions or comments for Jackie or any of the staff? Councilmember Palermo.
And Ms. Dybel, so this plat follows all the requirements within Roswell City Code around sidewalks, street size, all those details?
Yes, that is true. It's been reviewed by all departments, it's been approved by all departments, and it meets all the requirements, compliance with the code.
Councilmember Palermo, would you like to add any other edifying comments just in relation to the question?
Just basically, when we're requiring plats, basically, it's not an indication of whether any officials voting on the plat, whether or not they support or approve of the development, but more of just that if we're going to take on the public infrastructure, that it's supporting our code. So for example, sidewalks, fire code requirements, et cetera. And another example is actually meeting our policies. For example, making sure they're following our connectivity and other safety and connection type policies, which I don't see any concerns here.
Thank you, Mike.
And one
Yes.
other note I had was that basically the final plat is where the mayor and council accept the infrastructure, which includes streets, sidewalks, and utilities. So tonight, you're accepting the infrastructure for the final plat.
Thank you, Jackie. Would the applicant like to say anything?
They're saying no.
Okay, don't blame them. All right, are there any Roswell residents that would like to make any comments or have any questions on this item? That being said, that are none, I bring it back to council. Any further comments or questions from council? Councilmember Palermo, do you have a motion?
Motion to approve this final plat.
Thank you, Councilmember Palermo. Do I have a second? Seconded by Councilmember Vanstrom. All those in favor of the approval of final plat 2022-4120 Grand Reserve at Litchfield Phase 3, please raise your hands. It passes unanimously. Thank you very much. Councilmember Palermo, would you please read the next community development item?
Item number 2, approval of retaining wall for the Oaks in accordance with the Unified Development Code, Section 10.5. The developer has requested another deferral from the December 12th, 2022 Mayor and Council meeting to the January 9th, 2023 Mayor and Council meeting. As a reminder, at the November 14th, 2022 Mayor and Council meeting, the developer requested a deferral to the November 28th, 2022 Mayor and Council meeting. And so that's what's got us here. But basically, what I want to stress is given that the developer has followed our policy and requested it not the day of, but a previous business day, I will be motioning to defer this until the January 9th, 2023 Mayor and Council meeting.
Thanks, Mike. Are there any questions or comments from staff on this potential deferral? Thank you very much. Any questions or comments from Roswell residents on this potential deferral? All right, Michael, do you have a motion in reference to the deferral?
Motion to defer item number 2 to the January 9th, 2023 Mayor and Council meeting.
Thank you very much, Mike. Do I have a second on the deferral? Seconded by Councilmember Worthlin. All those in favor of the deferral, please raise your hands. I have 4 in favor
I'm abstaining.
and then 1 abstention. Thank you, ma'am. All right, 4 positives, 1 abstention. Very good. Thank you. All right, and the deferral will move forward. Councilmember Palermo.
Item number 3, approval of RZ 2022-3893 to remove a zoning condition at 0 River Rapids Drive. This item was deferred from the October 24th, 2022 Mayor and Council meeting to the December 12th, 2022 Mayor and Council meeting. Ms. Dybel?
Good evening, once again. As stated, this is 0 River Rapids, a Riverwalk Townhouse, a change of zoning condition, request to remove the condition to build the meandering walking path. Location map of the area, as you can see, it's off of Old Alabama Road. The zoning of the property is RTH. The property is 12.55 acres, 56 units are in the development. The previous approval was in 2016 when this was rezoned. The condition that was placed on it related to this item tonight is the site plan is amended to include the meandering walking path shown on the applicant's rendering presented to the Board of Directors of Martin's Landing on February 23rd, 2016. Here's a copy of the site plan showing the meandering walking path. There's an aerial image showing the development and the line in red, kind of the meandering walking path. This Exhibit B was part of the application by the applicant when they submitted it. The line in green is the walking trail portion that they want to remove. After the October meeting, it was deferred so that the developer and the HOA could come to an agreement. So since that time, the developer and the HOA have met. They have come to agreement. There was additional documentation that was submitted by the applicant that was in your packets to indicate that the developer has added some different additional amenities for the development. So staff does recommend approval of the removal of the zoning condition related to the walking trail. And the applicant, and I understand, I believe the HOA and a representative from the development company of Toll Brothers is here this evening to answer any questions for you.
Thanks, Jackie. Does council have any questions or comments before we ask the applicant or the HOA to speak? Councilmember Palermo.
Actually, my question's not for staff, it's for the applicant, so I will hold off.
Okay, very good. All right. Being no immediate questions or comments from council, I invite the applicant and HOA representative to come address us. If you'll do us the kind service, welcome, gentlemen, and please tell us who you are so everybody knows. Thanks, and who you're representing.
Thank you, Mayor, members of the council. I'm Don Rollator. I represent Toll Brothers, who's the applicant on this application. My address is 200 Foothills Parkway, Marble Hill, Georgia, 30148. We also have Casey Whitford, who is president of the association, and we have J.R. Crow from Toll Brothers here. Very briefly stated, at the request of the HOA, Toll Brothers filed an application to do away with the path. It is the strong feeling of a large majority of the homeowners in that neighborhood that they do not want this path. So we presented it on that basis. Since that time, we have reached an agreement with the homeowners association. Toll Brothers has provided 2 additional amenities which were not required by the recorded plat, and the association has signed that agreement saying they're satisfied and we're satisfied. So in a 2-minute nutshell, that's our story. We ask that you approve the recommendation to remove the path. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rollator. It's nice to meet a living legend, by the way. We haven't had the pleasure of meeting before, but your great reputation precedes you in a very positive way.
I hope you enjoyed dancing the other night.
Absolutely. All right, gentlemen, any other comments from either of you? Very good. Council? Councilmember Palermo.
So the additional amenities discussed is a dog park and dog loop. When were those completed?
Those were completed prior to the initial final plat of the community. Upon commencing development, we thought the walking trail to nowhere into a gated community from the public right-of-way didn't make sense. So we built a private dog park with a fence, mulch and benches, and another walking trail at the eastern end of the community with some nice retaining walls to supplement it. Both of those things, the value well exceed the cost of the walking path. And so the community has chosen to accept those in lieu of the walking path.
Any additional questions, Mike?
That's all my questions at the moment.
Yes, sir. Any other council members? Any additional questions for applicant or HOA representative? Very good. Would any of our Roswell residents like to make any comments separate or ask any questions of the Toll Brothers or the HOA? Very good. Being that there are no additional comments, congratulations, and I bring it back to council for additional comments or questions. Councilmember Hills.
Thank you, Mayor Wilson. I just want to say that I'm delighted that there was an agreement reached between Toll Brothers and the HOA members, the residents. I think it's a big deal for us in Roswell to have our personal space protected. And while I'm a huge fan of our trails, bike ped throughout Roswell and want to see that grow, I absolutely would be concerned about putting in a new trail behind my house or my living space. And so I feel like this was a great way to compromise that and I think satisfy the majority of the residents that live there. So thank you very much. Appreciate you all working that out. Thank you, Toll Brothers.
Thank you, Lee. Council, any other thoughts or questions? Councilmember Palermo.
Thank you, Mayor Wilson. So ultimately, you know, obviously we had a long discussion on I guess it was October 24th. And ultimately this is what it's, you know, the HOA's he's come back with and my hope is that the residents that you all do the strong majority feel really good about this one, because for me, I have you know, a couple different priorities. I have one priority that if a developer's promising something to the community, they're showing something, that they have to follow through with what they're showing. And at the same time, I of course have the even larger priority that I need to support the residents and make sure that whatever's happening is something that the residents are supporting. In which case is why certainly during that meeting I expressed wanting to find a compromise, something that was frankly, you know, probably cheaper and easier for the developer than building that walking trail, and at the same time, something that was additional. And so I guess I just want to stress that it's my hope that the HOA and the residents truly felt and understood there was the opportunity for more discussion and negotiation, but nonetheless, it seems like that's what hopefully was reached, in which case, at the end of the day, I will be supporting the HOA and the majority of the residents, and just hoping it is a good outcome for the majority with those amenities that were not part of the plat. So those are my views. I apologize. I wanted to get on that sandbox because I know this has been an issue that's certainly affected the neighborhood for a long time, and I just wanted to share those thoughts.
Thank you, Michael. Any additional thoughts, comments? Councilmember Worthland.
One last piece to this, and that is I would like to thank the Roswell resident that put this forward and said, hey, builder and resident, y'all get together and come up with a plan and work this out. So I think that was very good thinking and positive thinking. So thanks to him.
Thanks, Willie. Any other thoughts, comments, or questions from council? Okay. One, I can't believe it's been October 24th since we've seen y'all. Seems like yesterday. And second, congratulations. As kind of Reverend Billy Nibble brought forward in the beginning, he said, the words of James, right? Speak less, listen more. And sounds like you guys did an outstanding job of working things out. Congratulations. So with that being said, Councilmember Palermo, do you have a motion?
Motion to approve removing this one zoning condition at 0 River Rapids Drive.
Thank you, Councilmember Palermo. Do I have a second?
Second.
Seconded by Councilmember Hills. All those in favor of removing the zoning condition at 0 River Rapids Drive, please raise your hands. The motion passes unanimously. Thank you very much. Congratulations. All right, there's celebration in the back. Well done. All right. Oh, you guys got to hold it down. You're out of control. Next is Environmental Public Works. Councilmember Palermo, would you read this item, please, sir?
Item number 4, approval of a text amendment to Articles 24.6, adoption of Roswell Dredging Assistance Policy, Section 24.6.1, Dredging Assistance Policy of the City of Roswell, Court of Ordinances. This is the second reading. Mr. Davidson?
Thank you, Mr. Palermo. Thank you, Councilmember Palermo. City Attorney Davidson, would you read the ordinance, please?
Thank you. This is an ordinance to amend Chapter 24, Utilities and Services, Article 24.6, Adoption of Roswell Dredging Assistance Policy of the Code of Ordinances of the City of Roswell. Now, therefore, the Mayor and Council of the City of Roswell, pursuant to their authority, do hereby adopt the following amendment. Chapter 24, Utilities and Services, Article 24.6, Adoption of the Roswell Dredging Assistance Policy of the Code of Ordinances of the City of Roswell, Georgia, is hereby amended by deleting said article and replacing it in its entirety by adding a new section 24.6 entitled Roswell Dredging Assistance Policy, which shall read as shown in Exhibit A attached hereto and incorporated herein. And if approved, this would be the second reading.
Thank you, City Attorney Davidson. Councilmember Palermo, would you call Brian Watson forward, please, sir?
Mr. Watson?
Yes, sir. Mayor, Council, as this is the second reading, I'm just here to answer any questions that you may have on this text amendment.
Thank you, Brian. Are there any questions or comments from council? Councilmember Palermo.
I know I said this at committee. I know I said this again at the first reading. But again, I just want to give staff really recognition for what I think was a really great job. I think they did a great job of really thinking about just all taxpayers across Roswell, and at the same time did a great job of also taking into account just HOAs and smaller neighborhood needs. So with this policy update, it is not increasing the potential amount that the taxpayers would contribute towards an individual neighborhood dredging. It's just giving the opportunity for a neighborhood to break it up into multiple payments or multiple parts of the process instead of the current process, which requires it to be all one fell swoop. So again, I personally witnessed staff absolutely be very focused on making sure that it was continuing to be really focused to limit any taxpayer payouts and things like that, but at the same time, really supporting more neighborhoods that do want to do the important task of dredging. So I thought EPW did a fantastic job with this one, and I appreciate it.
Thank you, Councilmember Palermo. Any other thoughts, comments, or questions from council? I'll get one. It's good stuff. Sharon, I don't know what you're doing back there, not up here with Brian. So our Director of Public Works, Sharon Izo, has led the charge, along with Brian, on creating very sensible, common sense government, taking existing policy, making it better, making it work, responding to the needs of the community. Well done. Thank you. That being said, I do want to ask any Roswell residents if they'd like to speak on this matter. Being that there are no comments from any Roswell residents, I bring it back to council for any additional thoughts, comments, or questions. Being that there are none, Oh, sorry, Councilmember Beeson. It's the first time I get to call your name, Councilmember Beeson. Well done.
I just want to preface this with, I know that y'all also had a meeting about dredging assistance earlier this year. I believe it was in the spring, which was incredibly informative. I participated in that meeting as somebody who lives in a neighborhood who was impacted by this. I think a lot of folks had no idea kind of which way to go, the roadmap for it, and it's a big undertaking. So the fact that the city is providing these resources and doing it in a very clear and detailed manner is appreciated from a very recent residential side. So thank you.
Yes, I think, Sarah, Councilmember Beeson, thank you for bringing that up. A lot of our residents, a lot of our communities are impacted by the need for dredging, and the city has an existing policy basically where they're reimbursed up to $500,000 on your dredging. After you've done it, we'll reimburse you. And what this policy does is it allows it to happen in smaller tranches. So, for example, you may not need to spend that much money, and so this allows you to do the dredging in pockets and still be reimbursed up to $500,000, and to do it over a longer period of time in relation to the dredging needs of your community. It's just good common sense, and thank you for bringing this up and making it forward. So good stuff. So thank you, Councilmember Beeson, for bringing that up, as you said, like from a recent perspective of this is a really cool resource the city offers. All right. Any additional comments? Being that there are none, Councilman Palermo, would you like to make a motion on the second reading?
Motion to approve item number 4, the second reading of the text amendment to Articles 24.6, adoption of Roswell dredging assistance policy, Section 24.61, dredging assistance policy of the City of Roswell Code of Ordinances.
Thank you, Councilmember Palermo. Do I have a second? Seconded by Councilmember Will Mortland. All those in favor, please raise your hands. Passes unanimously. Thank you very much. Congratulations. All right, next is Public Safety. Councilmember Hills, would you please read this item?
Thank you, Mayor Wilson. This is the approval of a resolution to revise the false alarm reduction program fee structure. And if I could have Chief Conroy and maybe Chief Panino as well? Yes, the team. Come on up, fellas.
Yes, they do.
Sorry, we had jokes. Good evening, Mayor and City Council. Ready? Yeah, we'll put it up there now, and we'll talk about it. So we're discussing changes to the fee-setting resolution to the city's false alarm reduction program. As we've talked before, and you know, the City of Roswell has had an alarm ordinance since 1987. The ordinance was last updated in 2021, and the current fee-setting resolution was approved by the Mayor and City Council in April of 2021. We began an introductory period November 2021 of the 60 days to where we started enacting the current ordinance and current fee-setting resolution. Before I started here at the police department, the city contracted with CPSM to do a gap analysis in the police department. One of the items they looked at was false alarms, and I'll just briefly read their summary. In general, responding to false alarms is inefficient use of police and fire department emergency resources. The department needs a more aggressive approach. RPD and the city should explore avenues to minimize these responses to the greatest extent possible. A few examples for the police department. Approximately 99% of our alarms are false alarms. Alarms account for approximately 20% of the police department calls for service, and alarms are currently the #1 call category of police dispatched calls for service.
Yeah, so likewise for fire, false alarms are in our top 3 calls for service by volume. In October, we had 82 fire alarms, and about 70 of those were false alarms. So about 85 to 90% of the fire alarms that we're dispatched to are false alarms.
So I think we all agree that the issue of false alarms needs to be addressed by the city. Now that we have a year's worth of data regarding false alarms, and I've dealt with several of the complaints from our residents, we've recommended a few changes to our fee-setting resolution. Our #1 complaint is the fee to register for an alarm system. So our proposal is to go from $25 to no charge, and the renewal fee also would go from $25 to no charge. That way, we are addressing just those offenders of our ordinance and not those who are in compliance. The other changes, if you look down the list, 8th alarm, I'm adding the word potential suspension of response. That is to mirror what is in our ordinance, and I didn't like the insinuation that we would not be responding to alarms. This provides for the potential to suspend alarm response, but it is not an avenue that I really want to address. The other changes are we discussed changing the late fee payment from 30 days to 60 days. We had complaints that people were not opening their mail in time, and once they finally opened it, had a chance to address it, that 30 days was gone and they were getting an additional fee. So we're recommending changing that from 30 days to 60 days and raising the fine for that from $25 to $50. Again, the failure to register and renew, it was previously, or it's currently at 30 days. We're recommending moving that to 60 days and changing that from $50 to $100. So if we come out to your house, find out that you don't have a registered alarm, you will receive a notice and you will have now 60 days to register that alarm. And that is the synopsis of the changes that we have recommended.
Thank you, Chief Conroy and Chief Panino. It's always good to see you guys together. I know the community smiles a little wider when they see y'all. Yeah, I don't think, obviously, you guys being long-term professionals understand that the incredible devotion of resources spent on false alarms is it's an amazingly challenging issue. And I don't think people realize how much time it costs, how much money it costs. Most of us just have any idea how big a deal false alarms are. It's such a big deal that one of our sister cities, who's just a tad larger than us, the police actually don't even respond to alarms because false alarms are such a big problem. And obviously in this city, we do not have that strategy. We're going to continue to respond to alarms. But we got to reduce them. We got to reduce them big time. And this is a common sense approach on one tier of the strategy, according to the vendor that we used. And so I will continue to challenge and ask, since our committee meeting, have there been any additional thoughts or strategies potentially developed on how to deal with false alarms in addition to this particular strategy that you're recommending tonight?
So we've had some opportunity. We would like more opportunity to come up with some proposals, and we'll bring those to the mayor and city council.
Thank you, Chief. Council, yes, sir, Councilmember Palermo.
Thank you, Mayor Wilson. So I'm very appreciative for the two of you bringing this forward. I think this is definitely going in the right direction, that we absolutely should not be charging just the permit fee and the renewal fee. And at the same time, I certainly, educated by you, understand what a major challenge and issue false alarms are. And so obviously don't want to rehash the very long discussion we had at committee, but certainly want to bring up just again my echoing the mayor's viewpoints that he brought up, that this absolutely should be a tool and not the only tool, and making sure that we're addressing it from lots of different angles. But again, thank you for taking the initiative and bringing this forward, which I fully support tonight.
Thank you, Councilmember Palermo. Councilmember Hills.
Thank you, Mayor. Can you just clarify, I believe I know the answer, but if someone has a false alarm at their home and they've never had one before, there's no fee for that first time, correct?
Correct, and I draw your attention to the fee setting resolution. The first false alarm within a 12-month period, there is no charge. The second alarm is $50. The third alarm within that 12-month period is $75. Goes up to $100 for the fourth, $150, $200, $250, and $300 for the eighth, and additional alarm after 8.
And the homeowner would be notified by letter, correct, on that first one?
Correct.
So let's say they have a second one, they would get a letter again, and they would be charged.
So two things, the police or fire responds to the location. If we check and we find no signs of a crime, we leave one of our business cards on the door that we were there. Then they receive a letter in the mail, typically within 3 days, from our vendor that notifies them of the false alarm. And that's where it also triggers that if you're not registered, they let you know that you need to register, and now if this approved, you have 60 days to register that alarm.
Right, great, thank you for that clarification. And then also, can you give, without names, because I'm not here to disparage anybody, what has your track record been for the last year? Can you give just some basic stats on how that's gone? Like I say, this isn't a call out, but some places have more false alarms than others, just so that folks listening and that are here understand how it started this year with some and where you are now.
So, yeah, that's an excellent question. So we have some statistics here for those who just had one offense. That's 58.24% of our responses only had one violation, so none of them were charged a false alarm fee. 17%, or 473 when these numbers were run, had 2 alarms. 7.9%, or 219 locations, had 3 alarms. 5.2%, or 143 incidents of they had 4 alarms at their location. 3% had 88. 2.4% had 68 alarms. 68, not alarms at their location, but there's 68 total. 51 locations, 1.86 had 7 alarms. 1.3% had 8 alarms. 0.84, that's 23 locations, had 9 alarms. Goes up, at that time, our highest number, 1 location had 17 false alarms within that time period.
And how are they shaking out now? Has that trend continued, or?
Some have improved, some have not. Our first 3 months, 3 of the top 5 offenders have dropped off. They have not had an additional alarm since. They had 6 in that first 3-month period. They did not have any more after that.
Okay, thank you very much, Chief.
Councilmember Vanstrom.
Yeah, just for the record, just listening to your statistics, I mean, after 3 or 4, I mean, I would love to see those numbers higher when you're getting these repeat problems. Just, I think maybe let's see how it goes for a year.
Councilmember Morthland.
When an individual installs an alarm, is it the responsibility of the installer to send the city a card, or is it the responsibility of the new owner of said system, that resident business?
So in the ordinance, it's the alarm operator. So if you get one in your residence, you're considered the alarm operator. You're responsible for registering the alarm system.
How about on a purchase of a new home or new resident? Same thing. It does not transfer. You have to re-register under the new name.
Correct. So if you buy a house that has a pre-installed alarm system, once you transfer, and this ordinance applies only to monitored alarm systems. So if you sign up and change or go with that existing, if it's Ackerman, ADT, AT&T, once you put that in your name, you're responsible. And that's some of the things that we found out. A few of our appeals have come from, I'm a renter, I didn't know the owner had an alarm system. And we've handled, when they appeal, we handle that and process it, and they disconnect their system altogether.
Thank you.
Great questions, Will. All right. So just as a friendly suggestion, tell your friends, tell your neighbors, make sure they register their alarm system. The vast majority of us have not registered our alarm systems in the city of Roswell as individual property owners. And businesses, we need a lot of our businesses to still register their alarms as well. All right, were there any comments from any Roswell residents or Roswell businesses on this matter at hand? Yes, sir. Yes,
Well,
sir.
he's coming up, if I could just add on to what you said, the importance of registration. When we have an alarm at a residence or a business, we need to be able to contact somebody who currently has access or authority over that business or residence that can help us. If we find a crime that occurred, we try to locate a victim. Oftentimes, especially with our businesses, we'll call and somebody will answer and say, man, I haven't worked there in years. And we struggle to find a representative that can come out and help secure the property.
Yeah, it's a good point that a lot of times on a commercial alarm at 2 o'clock in the morning, there's 2 or 3 or 4 people listed to call. Yep. And often there's usually not an answer. And if sometimes there is an answer, someone perhaps not even with the authority or even associated with the business anymore. It is a challenge. So we need help on that. But yes, sir, welcome.
No, I think it's just important.
Come on up, please, sir. It's
not necessarily
Actually, it is necessary, sir. If you want to speak to the community, we ask you to come up here and please share with us your name and where you live.
Dave Rowlandson. I live on 105 Sweetwood Way over in the East Hillside subdivision. I just wanted to point out, I think it's important to be accurate. In the fourth sentence, I think you have a misuse of a word. Instead of find, it should be fine. Toward the bottom, you use the word herring, and I believe it should be hearing. Thank you.
Thank you. Any clarification there, David?
Just typos.
Typos, thank you. All right, well, so noted. Let's make those corrections on the so noted typos. Councilmember Beeson.
Sorry, y'all went and sat down already. Could you just, because I know we have people who watch online a lot as well, could you just refresh everyone's memory on the process of where on your website you go to register to make sure that folks know where to go and how to do the process?
Thank you, Councilmember Beeson.
Yes, so if you go to DeKalb Police, false alarm.
Do you want us to go to cab, Jim? Jim.
Sorry.
So
Thank you,
let's
my old section, thank you, Joe. roswellga.gov, and then go to the police section. We have a page for false alarm registration. Also, if we respond to your location, you'll receive a letter that has the website where you must set up an account, and that's where you do the registration, to where you will also, in addition to receiving written mail, you'll receive electronic mail.
Awesome, thank you so much. Just want to make sure that folks know where to go.
It's a great illustration. Thank you. So let's make sure that we put that in our weekly video this week, and we make sure that we kind of put that address. Thank you for that. Councilmember Vestrom.
Does that apply for the fire too? When you're applying, registering, it goes to you also, just through that one spot?
Correct. We manage the program for both police and fire.
Well done. All right, Councilmember Palermo.
So something that you brought up earlier as well, so just want to be clear, it's not first alarm ever or second alarm ever, it's within a 12-month period. So theoretically, you actually get one free false alarm each year as long as they're more than 12 months apart.
So, and the 12 months starts with your first, with whenever that first alarm is.
Sure.
So it's not December to January to December.
Yeah.
If yours is July 1st, you have until the next July 1st for 12 months.
Excellent. So then next August is where you get a free one.
Correct.
Okay, so that's
Your second free one.
yes, okay. And then I think also might be worth considering, because in committee we discussed that really finding just additional and better ways to really notify. And so definitely curious to hear back then as well. I think a possible consideration is whoever the newest council member is can maybe hand deliver some fines. That might be a good way to get out with the community. But on a serious note, though, I do think it is important that we're really making sure that we're notifying in more than just mail. So I think that is something we'd like to see staff thinking about. Thank you.
Yeah, Mike, we were talking about that today, about we've got to find mediums of communication where we dramatically improve our ability to talk to our residents. And this is just one illustration. I don't want to leave it. Does anybody else want to say anything out here before we come back? I don't want to make sure everybody does. Okay. Any other thoughts, comments, or questions from council? Very good. Council Member Lee Hills. Do you have a motion?
I do, Mayor. Motion to approve a resolution to revise the false alarm reduction program fee structure.
Thank you, Councilmember Hills. Do I have a second? Seconded by Councilmember Palermo. All those in favor, please raise your hands. Motion passes unanimously. Thank you very much. Congratulations, gentlemen. You've been lobbying for this forever. Your hard work has gone forward. And thank you for the corrections we need to make on the verbiage there. Councilor Palermo, would you read the next item under transportation?
Excellent, thank you. And I think this one actually probably will involve a lot of discussion and I think perhaps even some separate motion aspects that I'd like to discuss. But for starters, item number 6, approval of a modification to the right-of-way encroachment policy to allow for installation of security cameras for public schools within the city right-of-way. Mr. Littlefield?
Thank you, Mayor and Council. If I can fit all this on the screen.
Thank you. These revisions were suggested by staff based on the discussion for this item at the November 29th committee meeting. You can see here we've taken out charitable and replaced.
Hey, Jim, sorry, Jim, we're going to need you for this one. Sorry, Jeff, I just saw one of your allies starting to walk out the door.
Sorry, I had slides, but a little thrown off by using this. There you go.
My bad. Start over again, Jeff. I
Okay, no
apologize.
problem. These revisions were suggested by staff based on the November 29th committee meeting. As you can see here on the projector, we've taken out charitable, replaced it with nonprofits. We've added schools. And on this first paragraph, we'd like a little bit of clarification. We've suggested adding all applicants must also provide proof that the property owner who is directly adjacent to the public right-of-way has provided input on those proposed projects. And a little bit of background on this. Fulton County Schools requested the placement of 3 cameras at Roswell North Elementary School. One of the cameras will be placed at Roswell Area Park entrance. One of them will be placed in the right-of-way at the elementary school, and then the other one is actually adjacent across the street from the elementary school, but it's on a separate parcel, a private parcel. So that's where this came in, where we would recommend recommend some discussion to see if this is the appropriate verbiage to add to this policy.
Jeff, can you go into some of this language looks new from what I saw at our committee meeting. And was all, other than the red struck through and the blue, was all this language in here already?
The addition and what we'd like further discussion on is on the first paragraph where you see all applicants that I just read. And we had discussion with legal, and right-of-way has provided input, or the adjacent property owner has provided input is what we've suggested adding.
So the language is exactly the same as it was in committee, except for the blue and the stuff, the items that are struck through in red. Those were obviously part of the committee language.
Blue and red are the deletions. The blue is the additions, and we've added RDOT and police to several areas. If RDOT and police denies the application at the very bottom.
Councilmember Palermo.
So obviously, we had a very healthy discussion on this on committee, and so with it, obviously, for the in blue at the end of the first paragraph is what staff wrote up based on their interpretation of the discussion. I'll tell you, I will not be supporting that final line, and because I think what makes tonight's discussion even a little more helpful is we didn't have the entire policy at the committee meeting. All we had was just a few different excerpts, which is why I actually have the goal in hoping for at least one portion of this being unanimous tonight. I have the goal of making 2 different motions. One motion that would actually cover everything that we agreed upon during the committee meeting, which I obviously can't guarantee would be unanimous, but I would hope would be unanimous. And then there's the piece where there's some disagreement on that I think is very concerning because it opens up such a giant can of worms. Because again, this is not just for security cameras. This is for any object or structure, giving HOAs the right to put any object or structure, no matter what it might be, including different social messages, different controversial things. And granted, we have the opportunity where staff is going to approve it, which again, I think was a great input from the mayor that it shouldn't just be RDOT, it'll be the police chief as well. And I fully support that. But the problem is, from a legal standpoint, staff can't be weighing in on what's controversial to be put in somebody's front yard that they don't want versus what's not controversial and things like that. And so that's where I think by taking out the as well as the property owner who is directly adjacent to the ROW, I think is opening up a can of worms, and I think really requires a lot more discussion because of all the things that can exist with different disputes between some homeowners and their HOAs. So I just wanted to give to clarity that, because yeah, this last sentence in blue, tonight's the first time the mayor and council, and more importantly, the first time the public's seeing that, and that's what I think opens up, a lot more potential division in our neighborhoods, which I don't think any of us want.
From committee meeting, I thought it was a fairly simple matter we were talking about, which was the installation of flock cameras.
Yes, sir.
Right?
Yes, sir.
And, Councilmember Plummer, sorry, go ahead.
And when that's where I think it was an injustice to the committee of not bringing the full policy that we have now, because what they were bringing for was a flock camera request.
Yes.
But for the council then to change a policy where flock camera is just one of infinite things that it could be used for.
Yeah, Michael, what I don't remember seeing is this first paragraph. I don't remember seeing the first, because we weren't even talking about, it's a separate issue about the HOAs and the 65%. That's a whole different
And that's the problem, where what staff brought forward was just the one sentence that was relevant versus the whole paragraph. So, and that's where I had such caution, saying this is opening a much bigger can of worms. And so that's where I'd like the first motion, which I'm hoping this council will consider supporting. My first motion would be approving all the changes in here except for that last sentence. And then that's gonna really open the door for the flock cameras and for the school requesting the flock camera. Then the separate aspect that we'll be discussing will be the change to the last paragraph, which again, I'm not gonna be in support of, but I'm sure we're gonna have a healthy discussion, and I'll certainly ask those that are in support of changing the last sentence to instead let that be a separate thing that we can bring forward to committee for a much longer discussion.
I don't remember a discussion about changing the row encroachment policy. I remember this being about 3 cameras in City Row. That's what I thought we were talking about. This looks much more complicated.
And it is, exactly, and that's where I feel staff should have brought forward the full policy to see that, to change that one thing of flock cameras in the ROW. It's a part of a bigger policy, which is why I don't think we should be changing that last sentence unless there's been a lot of thorough discussion through committee.
So Michael, I of course don't have a vote. You guys all vote on this, but I'm really confused, because I thought we were going to vote on 3 flock cameras, and the discussion would revolve around transportation director and police chief using the professional resources of the staff to make the ultimate decisions about where those cameras might go, right? And that might be a conversation. I think we had that conversation committee. But I'm confused at why this is even here in front of us. Jeff?
I think when we brought the 3 flock cameras to the committee, it was brought up that there was an adjacent parcel that was affected. The frontage, it was right of way, but it was affected. And so in order to bring that forward, we had to change the policy essentially.
So can I just suggest, I don't think we're prepared to do that on the dais tonight. That would be my recommendation, but yes, sir.
So my preference would be, I would like to motion in support of a lot of these things, because this actually will open the door for their exact school's request, and it was something that everybody at the committee had agreed upon, and this will at least get them started.
I mean, it's sitting right here. I got it. It's your second page, right? The right-of-way encroachment permit. It's just littered with what's in front of it and what's behind it.
Right.
In our packet.
And that's why I think we are prepared for the stuff that there was really no disagreement at committee. So for example, at committee, every single person agreed that schools should be allowed to apply. And I'd like to go ahead and move that piece forward tonight, because that's going to really get the ball rolling for Fulton County. And then that gives us a lot more time and a lot more patience to make sure we're going to update the full policy the right way.
Well, it was schools that were just Fulton County schools. I think was that the conversation, remember, was it wasn't just schools, they were Fulton County schools, it was any schools, right?
Exactly, which I think staff accurately, appropriately showed, which is just or schools. So that's why I do want to move that change forward tonight, so that at least any school can immediately start requesting.
Yeah, but you're dancing with a policy we haven't talked about in committee.
Oh, no, actually, I think we did discuss this, that you could argue committee didn't show the full policy, that was the whole reason I was bringing up the issue that this opened the door for HOAs to anything. But again, just in the spirit of wanting to support the safety and security of I know currently the request is from Roswell North, but want to be it with everywhere. I think we absolutely should be adding the or schools. I think we absolutely should be adding tonight, which this committee fully agreed upon, the police chief should be a part of the discussion. Because right today, if we don't make that change tonight and a new proposal comes in tomorrow, it's, according to the policy, the chief's not going to have a part. And I believe Mr. Littlefield would consult him, but I feel we should give the official direction that, hey, starting tomorrow, the police chief needs to be involved in these discussions.
All right, so for clarity's sake, we're going to consider two matters on item number 6. I'm going to put this in reverse order, so forgive me. The first matter is to approve the right-of-way, to consider the right-of-way encroachment permit for 3 cameras in City Road near 10525 Woodstock Road. That's the first item.
No, so actually, I don't think that's what we're considering tonight.
Okay.
Because that's staff. What we're doing is we're updating the policy so that they're allowed to accept that application. Is that right, Mr. Davidson?
Well,
or-
if you remember, Mike, though, this application, which was the discussion in the committee meeting, is what created all the discussion. Because, remember, you didn't want one of the cameras to go.
No, I wanted it to go there. I wanted us to give the respect of the landowner, the Sheik, a place for them to weigh in and share if they have any concerns or issues.
That was the real conversation we had that night, was
Yes.
over all that.
Right.
Really.
And exactly. And that's where I was bringing up by not having that requirement, because as I said, I think this is a non-issue. For that property, I would not be surprised at all if they're just immediately supportive under our current policy. My issue with it at the committee was that this opened the door, if we were to make that change, opened the door for every neighborhood across the city, for them to have a lot more division and a lot more issues, because this is not just flock cameras. This is any structure, art, flags.
And one, the other part to your point is, I wanted to make sure that we as public servants, as elected officials, didn't get into the business of driving the conversation of where the flock cameras would be.
Exactly.
And then from a policy perspective, we left it to the experts, our transportation director and our police chief.
Which my motion tonight will be doing, because we're not even weighing in on that application. We're just updating the policy so that these two gentlemen can weigh in on that application.
All right, so I'm going to ask the council, do you understand the conversation that's taking place? Okay, very good. So, yes, sir, Councilmember Worthler.
So to clarify, Councilmember Palermo, we're talking about simply removing the last sentence in that paragraph? Is
So
that right?
I would like to be making a motion that will not strike the red portion, as well as, so it will not strike that, it will leave that in. It will not add the blue statement. And so I'd like to motion for everything else, because that's going to give our police chief and our head of RDOT exactly what they need to then take that application. And that's going to be but before I get there, I guess there is one question I do have for this council, which is the whole reason I suggested at the committee changing from charitable to nonprofit was because my thought process was that included schools, in which case no need to add schools. Staff preferred to add the word schools, and if we are going to add the word schools, should we be changing the word charitable to nonprofit? I have no position either way. I just want to raise it to this council or to staff if we should change it from charitable to nonprofit, or if we should just leave that to be charitable and then or schools may apply.
Council, any thoughts? Councilmember Beeson.
I realize this is coming from existing language from the only and existing homeowners association, previously charitable, now nonprofit organization, and the addition of schools. There are subdivisions in Roswell that are not organized as homeowners association. Is that language written specifically that way because of liability issues? Because I wonder if we would be precluding certain neighborhoods or even individual homeowners from installing something similar because of the way that this is currently written. And that's just a concern of mine.
Councilmember Palermo.
So my understanding was at the time, and Mr. Davidson, curious for what you remember from the discussion, it was not a liability concern. The big concern was this did potentially open up a controversial can of worms. And so it was basically to make it so that one resident could not be requesting this for the entrance to the neighborhood when it wasn't clear that the majority of the neighborhood was wanting that. I believe that was the reason, and not sure if anyone remembers anything different.
Question with that, not to go way down the rabbit hole, wouldn't the bylaws and the covenants of that individual homeowners association cover for that fact, theoretically?
No, meaning exactly. So an HOA is allowed to ask it. This is saying if you don't have an HOA, I can't just say, I'm going to put up this new entrance sign in the right of way for the neighborhood when there's not the opportunity to have bylaws that weigh in and all that.
Got it. Thank you.
David, do you want to weigh in?
That's the way I remember it also, and it was, we had an HOA that was requesting it, and this is to go in the right-of-way. It's not on somebody's private property, so that's why there was an HOA involved also.
Yeah, if I could elaborate on that. When this started, there was an HOA that was installing these in their property. One particular neighborhood, there was not an area where it could get the appropriate solar power and capture the tags except in the right-of-way of their entrance of their neighborhood. And when this was implemented, which I think was last year, that's when they just said, oh, HOA should be able to apply for this. Nobody considered the options of schools, government facilities, anything like that at the time.
Councilmember Palermo.
Thank you, Chief. That's right, because it was specifically drafted for that for an HOA, and we added just a charitable organization. But that being said, a big part of the discussion, and this ultimately was unanimous with that council of just seeing the division, some of the division and disagreements that existed within that neighborhood, and the importance of having a property owner who's directly adjacent, having a say in what's going in their front yard. So that's where, again, with Mayor, whenever you feel is the right time, I'd love the opportunity to make a motion for everything except for that piece, and then just hope that council and staff can take that final piece back and bring to a future committee meeting when it's time for the right discussion on what that future should look like.
Thanks, Councilmember Palermo. I'm just gonna take it to our Roswell residents and ask if anybody wants to make any comments or thoughts on this matter while we've been obviously actively discussing it.
I have a question. I can't tell. Hi, I'm Alan. I'm from East Roswell. I couldn't tell if the HOA is new or is that existing? Is that vestigial?
Existing.
It's existing, I think.
Thank you, sir. Any other thoughts, comments, or questions from Roswell residents? Yes, sir.
And my name's Dave Rowlandson. I'm at 105 Sweetwood Way over in the Martin's Landing subdivision. The broader issue here is government body enabling surveillance of residents of this fine city. Violation of the U.S. Constitution, violation of the Georgia Constitution, right to privacy. And it disgusts me that this body is trying to be an enabler of security cameras to surveil their citizens. I think that's the broader issue that speaks to me. I wish that you will all go home, reread your copies of George Orwell's 1984. We're rapidly going down that path, and every single camera that is allowed to be installed gets us one step closer to being monitored every minute of our day. Thank you.
Thank you, Dave. Understand your concerns. So before we come back to council, any other comments from Roswell residents? Okay, thanks. So I'm going to bring it back to council. Councilmember Worthlin?
Chief Conroy, during committee, we had that same question posed around these cameras and what they actually capture. Correct me if I'm wrong, the way that the camera is mounted, it only reads license plate readers. It is not shooting into the car. It is not following people around. It is just set to the license plate readers. Can you touch on that?
So I do want to touch on that, but I also want to say we're mixing language. When we're talking flock cameras, which is part of the Roswell Crime Center, that we implemented flock cameras, part of our crime fighting strategy. This particular application was for flock cameras, but this covers license plate readers and security cameras, the policy that's listed by transportation. The flock cameras that we have, absolutely, it captures a still photo of the rear of the vehicle. With the license plate, you can tell the type of the vehicle, and the color does not capture the front or the occupant.
Council, any other thoughts? Councilmember Vanstrom?
Yeah, in committee, we started to touch on the fact, this is a flock camera, and this is taking pictures of license plates, and it's near a school. If that person on that property said, I don't want that flock camera, but it's for the betterment, I will take what you would disagree with that, but it's supposedly for the protection of the school. And so if that resident says no, it's a public right-of-way, and it's a service for the very good of the entire community. So that as this is going to be presented, that he would be able to say, I do not want that on my property. Is that the direction we're headed here?
You want to do it, Jim?
Yes, so I can address that. This policy is about these devices placed in the city right-of-way, exactly. All day long, any resident, and even when this started, can place it on their own private property without an application. This is an application for these devices to be placed in the city right-of-way, and only certain entities can apply for that. In this instance, it was schools.
Jim, you want to talk about why we're doing this, particularly, just to address this very simple policy, has a very simple, specific, direct intent.
So this particular application, the school system is installing license plate readers at every Fulton County school. Their intention is to increase school safety and capture an example. If they have somebody who's been expelled for threatening to shoot the school, they can get an alert when that vehicle is approaching and coming onto school property. We utilize them in the Roswell Police Department for investigation of crimes that have occurred. And it's to address and reduce crime.
Councilmember
So just to follow up, if that specific site for the flock camera is not just deemed the best site, I would imagine, is it the only site that works there?
So I wasn't involved in this application, but from our process where we installed cameras, I know you must have direct exposure to the sunlight for a certain number of hours a day to power the cameras. These are solar powered. They must have sunlight to power them, and it must be positioned to properly capture the tags in a certain lane.
Councilmember Palermo.
So I just want to be clear that irrelevant of this policy, if the chief of police comes to committee, comes to this mayor and council and says, for the safety and well-being of Roswell residents, we need a pole in this right-of-way in front of this person's house, who's, by the way, opposed to it, this mayor and council still, irrelevant of this policy, has the authority to do it. That's not changing with this. This is when somebody else requests where they want it somewhere. And my whole thing with this one right here is there's two things. One, by having the current language in the code, which did take a lot of discussion, and there was a lot of reason and examples behind it, it gives the opportunity where the person requesting it is going to want to look for a compromise, is going to want to look at other areas, where instead, if they don't have to do that, then I think there's going to be less interested in them doing it. And again, for this specific example, what I think makes sense is I think there's a good chance that they end up might be supportive. So if we pass what I plan on motioning for tonight, it can still end up going here if they're supporting it. If they're opposing it, then, well, this mayor and council is going to take the time to make sure to have a narrowly focused policy that will have the right process, right procedures, so there'd still be ways around that in the future. But it's just knowing this is not a flock camera security thing for schools policy. This is a citywide HOA, everything else. So that's where I think it's just important we're not purely focusing on this example, because I think this is a non-issue potentially a non-issue with this example.
I got to tell you, what aggravates me about this was not in my agenda meeting. This wasn't part of the plan. It wasn't a committee meeting. We're having a three-way conversation about three different subjects, barely touching on what we talked about in committee, which is a very simple matter, which we had a hearty debate about the issue that actually Peter just brought up, like, wait a minute, it's kind of like a stop sign. Are you saying I can't put no, we don't ask you if you can put a stop sign in, right? The city doesn't ask, the government doesn't ask in that case, because the government says, hey, we deem this in the best interest of public safety, right? That's what our conversation was about in committee meeting. It was about 3 flock cameras at Woodstock Road. We are going, Michael, to me, this is confusing. It's confusing for the audience. I think it's confusing for the gentleman there. I almost wish that we would defer this just to get clarity on this, because it needs to come back clean. It needs to go through committee. It needs to have a clear discussion. Everybody needs to know what we're talking about before it comes out of committee. And there's a separate matter at hand, which is literally in the middle of my packet, which is what we talked about committee, which is, hey man, can we get 3 flock cameras at Cedar Road, right? Yes, sir, Councilmember Palermo, sorry.
And for that reason, the motion that I'm going to make tonight, if this council chooses to approve it, then that means the school can immediately get started with the flock cameras. If this council decides to defer it, the school is not allowed to start with their cameras yet. So for that reason, again, the motion I'll be making will be giving schools the opportunity to submit that application, and for staff to ultimately follow our policy and approve that application.
Or anybody, right? Councilmember Benstrom.
And Councilmember Palermo, can you clarify why schools would already be, according to the originally written document, schools would be approved because they are a nonprofit or charitable?
No.
Because they're being written in here, so what's the difference?
No, yeah, exactly. No, my point is, if we defer it tonight, then staff is not allowed to review that application. If my motion does pass tonight, it's going to add schools and it's going to add the police chief, in which case tomorrow they can review this application and make progress to make our school safer.
Okay, with all seriousness, what motion would you possibly make off of this, brother?
So I motion to make the following changes: that charitable will be changed to nonprofit. We will add in or schools. That is the extent. Those are all of the changes in my motion for the first paragraph. And then in my motion, it includes all of the changes as written in the second paragraph, and then all the changes written in the final paragraph. So that I want to make that motion, because if that motion passes tonight, then that application, the school is now allowed to submit that application, and the chief and the head of RDOT are now allowed to review and potentially approve that application.
Yes, City Attorney Davidson.
So with those changes, that would not allow the Sikh temple any input?
Yes, it would. Because
It only applies to HOAs.
No, so the HOA must provide proof that the proposed project has been approved by, as
Michael,
well as the property owner who is directly, you're saying because it's the HOA?
It's only the HOA.
Okay, so then in that case, my motion would instead update, so affected subdivision would have a period, and it would just say, the property owner who is directly adjacent to ROW also needs to approve the object. And that's going to solve it for the schools. That's going to make this policy better than it is today. And then that's going to give us the proper amount of time to not feel rushed to decide what type of subjects can go in the right of way.
Michael, I feel rushed that we're talking about this tonight, because this is not what we discussed before. We're solutioneering on the dais.
No,
No.
this was exactly, was discussed at committee. I said, here's the issue with the policy, and I said, we'll discuss that last piece later on.
The issue you had with the policy at committee was you wanted residents to have input on where the flock camera went.
No, I didn't want someone else to be able to request an object or a flock camera going in someone's front yard without them having the opportunity to.
To weigh in.
Yes.
Exactly.
Yep.
You wanted the resident to weigh in on a public safety matter. And if you remember, Christine said, Michael, they don't get asked if we're going to put a stop sign in.
And neither do they if the city decides to put a flock camera. This is not for when the city deems it a risk. This is if I, the
That's what
resident,
I'm
am
saying.
asking.
We're talking about a policy that we really haven't discussed, and we had this was the matter in committee were these 3 flock cameras. That's what we discussed. Jeff, I don't know, how did this get on the table? I mean, forgive me, how are we having this discussion tonight? Because, with all due respect, why aren't we just talking about what we talked about in committee, the application for the 3 flock cameras? Isn't that what we talked about?
But we talked about making the changes, adding the police, adding that they shall receive the information.
When?
At the committee meeting.
It just was a lot.
And the only reason we added that last sentence to the first paragraph is because the 3 flock camera applications for the North Roswell Elementary School didn't include the HOA.
All right, so I'm going to say.
So we wanted to make sure that that was included so that we could interpret that application properly.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Councilmember Hills.
Thank you, Mayor. Being a longtime resident here and having 2 kids go through Fulton County schools, this is in no means a dig on them, but I see no reason to rush this through just to get flock cameras put on a school site. The whole entire district is working on that across the county, so I'll be voting to defer this entire thing to a committee meeting.
Any other thoughts, comments, or questions from council? If not, Councilmember Palermo, would you like to make some motions?
I would. I don't think it's going to have the support.
Would you
but
make one motion at a time?
Yes.
One motion at a
Well,
time?
actually, I'll only be making one motion.
One motion?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, so I motion to update charitable to nonprofit. I motion, so all within this motion, to add or schools. To delete if application is made by an HOA. Because Mr. Davidson, I would think that would solve the issue that you brought up, so that therefore, as well as by the property owner who's directly adjacent to the ROW, I would expect to then be relevant. My motion does not include all applicants must provide proof that the property owner who is directly adjacent to the public ROW has provided input on the proposed project, so that change is not going in. And then to include all the changes below, which involve the chief's recommendation of license plate reading camera, or license plate reading equipment, that it should be shall, not should, the Roswell police sentence, and then the final one, and police. So everything below that's my motion. I don't think it has support, but I want to say what I think we should be doing tonight, because I think it's a separate discussion on what other people can request in other people's front yards, which this is not just flock cameras. This is art. This is plantings. This is flagpoles, et cetera.
Thank you, Councilmember Palermo. So there's a motion from Councilmember Palermo to revise the objects and right-of-way policy for 12/12 Mayor and Council meeting. That includes, as I quote, details to be considered for approval, as Councilmember Palermo just went through and changed, expressed what the language would be. Is there a second for that motion? It is seconded by Councilmember Mortland. Mike, I will spare us and not read the whole thing. So there's been a, Councilmember Vanstrom, yes, sir, you have a clarifying question?
I'm sorry, and this is why maybe deferral is a better idea, because now we're getting into, and I respect Councilman Palermo and how he can on the fly do all these things so quickly, but what happened to the HOA? So I'm complete. Can you read now what
Would you like me to, David, you want to read it?
Davidson could do that.
All right, City Attorney Davidson, would you please read the motion on the floor?
The first paragraph?
Yes.
If I just read the first
Why
paragraph?
not? That's fine.
Okay. Details to be considered for approval. Only an existing homeowners association A nonprofit organization or schools may apply for or receive permission to place an object or structure within the city's right-of-way. The HOA must provide proof that the proposed project has been approved by 65% of the residents of the affected subdivision,
That's the end of the paragraph.
No, as well
as by the property owner who is directly adjacent. So that does not
Yeah,
work.
Mr. Davidson, I'd ask for your legal pen.
Okay.
To,
So this is what I have. And you tell me if this is what you're trying to do, because I'm not sure. Okay, only an existing homeowners association, a nonprofit organization, or schools may apply for or receive permission to place an object or structure within the city's right-of-way. The HOA must provide proof that the proposed project has been approved by 65% of the residents of the affected subdivision. The property owner who is directly adjacent to the right-of-way where the object will be placed in the right-of-way shall also approve. And that would be the end of the paragraph.
That meets my intent.
Okay, that's smooth.
All right, there's a motion on the floor. It's been seconded. All those in favor of the motion, please raise your hands. All right, there are 3. All those opposed? 1 and 2. There are 2 opposed. The motion passes. We'll take a recess since it's 9 o'clock. I got to use the restroom. Apologize. We'll be back in about 10 minutes. Joe? Where's Morthland? There he is. All right. Thank you for your allowing us to take a brief, allowing me to take a brief interlude. Let's go to the next item. And it is the Administration and Governance Department. Councilmember Hills, would you read this item, please?
Certainly. Thank you, Mayor. This is the approval for the mayor and/or city administrator to sign an extension of the intergovernmental agreement, also known as IGA, between the city of Roswell and Fulton County for animal control services for the period of January 1st through December 31st, 2023. Mr. Knighton, are you? would you
I
mind-
am.
would
Yes,
you mind
thank you,
taking the floor?
Councilmember Hills.
Thank you, sir.
Absolutely. Thank you. As Councilmember Hills mentioned, that this is a proposal for an extension of an intergovernmental agreement with Fulton County and the city of Roswell to provide for animal service to extend it 1 year. Currently, the city and Fulton County have an intergovernmental agreement, which is current and being maintained. This extension would remain the same in terms of the terms and the cost, general cost to the city over the course of 1 year. The important feature here that I do certainly want to mention is that we have full expectation that there will be a service delivery strategy agreement and negotiation going into next year. And for the benefit of the audience, service delivery strategy was originally established, the old House Bill 489, back in 1997 through the state legislature for two primary reasons. One was tax equity. The other reason was to prevent the duplication of services being provided by all now 15 cities in Fulton County, as well as Fulton County government. So with the full expectation that service delivery strategy negotiations will open next year, and there will be a full review of all services provided by each city and Fulton County to ensure proper tax equity and to ensure the proper allocation of funds to provide for each service, I would respectfully request that the mayor and council approve this agreement tonight to extend this existing contract for 1 year under the same terms, and then have a full discussion with respect to service delivery and how animal control services can be provided at the highest level for the city of Roswell next year.
Thank you, Mr. Knighton. Does council have any comments or questions, or staff, or any comments in large? Councilmember Hills.
Thank you, Mayor Wilson. Mr. Knighton, would you mind elaborating just a little bit, based on your experience and what you know in the industry? Many people may or may not have a bad taste in their mouth with Fulton County at the moment, having just gone through the war with Fulton County over the lost negotiations. Can you talk about if the city were to take this over, the animal control, can you just talk about the ease or difficulty associated with such, and anything else you have to offer, please, sir?
Sure. Animal control services in the local government world is certainly challenging, but that does not mean during the course of service delivery negotiations there should not be, and is warranted, a full review of options available to the cities and perhaps even the cities within North Fulton. I would also mention that I believe the cities of Milton and Johns Creek have already approved this extension, and I believe Alpharetta is considering it tonight. And so I think there's a full understanding by the cities of North Fulton in particular that extending this proposal for 1 year would be prudent, with the expectation that there will be a full review and a very detailed specificity with regard to negotiating services next year in terms of cost and service level provision and accountability if in fact the city decides to go with Fulton County again.
Thanks, Lee. Any other thoughts, comments, or questions from council? Councilmember Morthland?
Mr. Knighton, can you touch on kind of that service aspect that we were just discussing? When we call Fulton County to come take care of an animal, what is typical times currently? Do you have any idea?
In fact, Chief Conroy and I were just talking about that, and I may ask the chief if it's okay to come forward, if he may be able to elaborate. I think the experience has been for certain calls, there has been a delay and expediency. Obviously, those conversations can be had with Fulton County now and on our expectations for improved service. However, the larger issue, of course, is related to having a full review of the service delivery strategy as it currently exists, and what modifications can be made to that agreement to provide a higher level of service to the city of Roswell. And certainly, I'd also ask Chief Conroy to elaborate if he can provide any further input.
So I can't speak to response times when citizens call animal control, but I can speak to when the police department has to call animal control to get a response, whether that be for a dog bite or if we need them to come pick up a dog from a scene, if the owner was arrested or deceased and we need them to come up. But the response time is generally very high, several hours to get a response of animal control to come up.
But same day, within 24 hours, or?
Correct, yeah, usually within 24 hours. I think we get prioritized because they are emergencies when we need them up if it's a dog bite. We typically handle most things like a barking dog complaint, which most places animal control will handle. We handle that at the police department or code enforcement, where we'll go out and handle a barking dog complaint. But if there's a loose dog, once we capture it, then we have to wait for animal control. Our officers, our supervisors are equipped with catch poles because we do have to go and capture dogs.
And when we have to put down an injured deer and there's a blue report that is run, can you touch on that just a little bit? Does that carcass just sit off to the side for up to a day, or?
So that's a great question for a misconception about animal control. So animal control statutorily can only handle domesticated animals.
Okay.
So cats, dogs, birds, deer, coyote, snakes, that's all wildlife. We handle that, or there's a state organization that will sometimes come and assist, but animal control will not respond to wildlife calls. If there is a deceased deer, we work with sanitation to remove the animals.
Gotcha. Thank you.
Yeah, Jim, just thanks for bringing that up. Let's just give some clarity because there is a lot of confusion on that.
Yes.
Animal control, which is done by Fulton County currently, and this is a one-year contract between the city of Roswell. It's a proposed one-year contract between the city of Roswell and Fulton County to continue paying Fulton County to have animal control services in the city of Roswell. And for complete transparency, it ran us, I think, $133,000 last year. I think it's approximately $257 per visit, what it cost us. And the reason that we are not considering doing it ourselves is it would be cost prohibitive at this juncture, despite the irony of all the pieces of animal control that the police and Public Works are involved in. But to your point, that's wildlife, not domesticated animals. And animal control from Fulton County is related to domesticated animals.
And up to this point, the service delivery strategy under the state law, Fulton County has authority over animal services within Fulton County.
Would you say that again? That's a great distinction.
So under the service delivery strategy, the state law, Fulton County has authority over animal control. And I think that ended prior to this contract. It's the 10-year service delivery strategy that Mr. Knighton was mentioning.
So the request is for the council to approve a one-year IGA contract between the city of Roswell and Fulton County. Any additional thoughts, comments, or questions from council on the matter? Any Roswell residents would like to talk on it? Yes, ma'am. Please share with us your name and where you live.
I'm Sue Dupart. I live at 500 Shadowwood Court. I have fed feral cats before. I live next door to a rental property, which a litter was delivered in the crawl space, and my husband made calls and captured kittens. He drove them down to Fulton County Animal Control. They neutered them. They clipped their ear. That's how you know they're neutered. And then they returned them to the area. And so I got 2 out of 3 back. But I also know on Azalea Drive, on a garden tour that Drainage Society had, a homeowner had one of those aluminum fences, and the deer got stabbed by the finial at the top of the fence. I think they had to go through DNR, to rescue that deer. And there are more deer out now that we have more townhomes going up in the Hoka Bridge, Highway 9400 area. So I know that, that is a concern, but that's good to know if it's DNR that we go through. in case of-
Actually, the police handled a lot of the deer.
No, I know, my husband uses the app when he walks in the morning and it notifies you of the possums and the raccoons on the road and stuff. But I know that is a service that the county does for feral cats.
Thank you, Sue.
Sure.
Thanks so much for sharing that with everybody. Very nice. Any other thoughts, comments, or questions on this particular matter at hand? All right. Being that there are no other thoughts, comments, or questions from Roswell residents, I'll bring it back to the council. Any additional thoughts, comments, or questions from the council? Being that there are no additional thoughts, comments, or questions from the council, Councilmember Hills, do you have a motion?
I do, Mayor, thank you. Motion to approve for the mayor and/or city administrator to sign an extension of the IGA between the city of Roswell and Fulton County for animal control services for the period of January 1st, 2023 through December 31st, 2023.
Thanks so much, Lee. Do I have a second? Seconded by Councilmember Mortland. All those in favor, please raise your hands. Motion passes unanimously. Thank you very much. We'll now go to the city attorney's report. David Davidson. David, please read the first item on your report.
Thank you, Mayor. The first item I have is approval of a contract to purchase certain real property located at 632 Mimosa Boulevard, known as Holly Hill, at a purchase price not to exceed $1,500,000, and authorizing the mayor to execute the contract.
Thank you, David. Does council have any questions or comments? Councilmember Beeson.
All right, admittedly, I have questions because just for clarity's sake, this came out of closure because it's an item related to real estate. So I am learning about this in real time as I started exactly like a half hour before this meeting started. I did have a couple of questions related to the purchase of the home. I guess I'll go one by one. The largest being, what is ultimately the goal for the use of the home for the city?
I'll answer that since I'll be the feral cat. It is part of a larger goal to create a comprehensive historical assets plan, and that is to tie that into Bullock Avenue, which in 2023, I believe we are going to submit a overreaching, very strong, comprehensive historical assets plan that will tie everything together. I also believe that historical properties that can be added to that ilk are wise in the long-term best interest of the residents of Roswell and the strategy. That has not been articulated publicly because the strategy will be articulated in 2023. This piece of property came up. From my perspective, it was a value from the standpoint of what it would go for in the marketplace, that we were offered a discount on it, and that it made sense to the long-term best interest. I definitely hear people say, hey, I don't want to be in the historical asset business, or why is the city buying property? I don't see the immediate need for it. I think it's a reasonable question, and what I'm suggesting is it's part of a long-term strategy to tie in historical assets all along Bullock Avenue.
Next question is, so does that mean it will be used similarly in how Mimosa Hall is used or any of the other historic homes along that route?
Sarah, it's a great question, and that it would kind of be articulated from one, putting Bullock Avenue together, and two, kind of giving each piece its own ornament and how it would be monetized. So a big part for me of the historical assets plan is to monetize the historical assets. It's also to have an overarching plan that's clear, that council is behind and articulates, and then reinvest not only the staff, but the passion of all the Roswell residents who've been so involved in historical assets, and where I think we've lost some of that love and connection.
And then do we currently have, obviously this is the upfront cost is $1.5 million. Do we have a rough estimate of the annual cost or the O&M, the operations and maintenance cost for it?
No, we do not.
Okay. And then lastly, and I'll leave you alone, are we purchasing this home? I saw the contract that was included with the paperwork that was also listed online for public to view. Does this include the property being sold as is? Has there been, given it's a historic home, a lead-based paint assessment, asbestos, mold, electrical, things like that?
No, ma'am, to answer your question, there has been no, go.
We have done an environmental, which is required for the financing part of this. So
Perfect.
that's been done and completed already.
Okay, got it. Thank you. I'm good.
Councilmember Palermo.
Thank you, Mayor Wilson. So a couple comments that I have is, first off, definitely glad to see what the purchase price is compared to the appraised value. And certainly appreciate the mayor's comments regarding just opportunity with having over an acre, almost 2 acres on Mimosa connecting over to Bullock. That being said, certainly the council tonight has with any vote always has 3 choices: can either vote to approve, vote to deny, or vote to defer. And I'd say personally, I have some hesitation this evening. I think it does deserve a good, healthy discussion. But I think it's certain. I'm glad that we have the opportunity to discuss this, but certainly I have a little bit of hesitation tonight. And I'd like to also mention something on one of Councilmember Beeson's questions, something along the lines of, is the plan for it to be similar to Mimosa Hall and how that's used? And that's an answer that I'd argue is something that if this council does choose to move forward to purchase this property, which clearly I think has some good reasons and long-term benefits, et cetera, if the city makes this decision, then ultimately I would expect this mayor and council would certainly have discussions with the public and public meetings at committee and at council to ultimately decide the exact use, purpose, et cetera. Because obviously, anytime there's a negotiation or real estate consideration, that has to be in closure. But if council ends up purchasing this house, then after that, obviously, everything is in room 220 for a committee or in here for a council meeting or neighborhood meetings or whatnot, where I think there could be a long, healthy discussion, as the mayor mentioned, on really having an actual historic assets plan and having something that executes well for the people of Roswell.
Thank you, Councilmember. Any other thoughts, comments, or questions from council? Councilmember Hills?
Thank you, Mayor Wilson. I'm a huge fan of purchasing this property. We are a historic city. I feel like we have failed in the past by not, I'm going to use the word exploiting, but advertising, like really getting the maximum out of our historic sites. This is something that the majority of our citizens, our residents, haven't even experienced. They haven't been in many of these homes, and I'd like to see them be used. We have got so many people here that live in Roswell that would like to have their son or daughter be married here. We have barn bat mitzvahs. That I've been in the catering and event planning business for, well, gosh, since I was much younger. And I will tell you, these are exactly the type sites that people look for, that are hometown. You can't find them in newer cities, and they're close to home. So it would also attract a lot of people from out of town. And with our hotels going up around the city, I think we have a humongous opportunity here, not just with Holly Hill, but with Barrington, Bullock, Mimosa, and Smith Plantation, for people to come experience what we're really about here in Roswell. I tell people all the time, folks, do not stand around in front of, a brand new shiny building with that in the background of their Instagram pictures. They're standing on Canton Street. They're in front of Bullock Hall. I mean, there must have been 700 kids there for homecoming, taking pictures over and over and over again. I mean, this is a treasure for us, and this is one more way. It does touch Mimosa. There's a grand plan to pull Bullock and Mimosa Hall, Bullock Hall and Mimosa Hall together with a catering entrance and bathrooms, and make that much more accessible. So, as you can tell, I'm very excited about this, and I will continue to push on this. I would really like to see this become part of our portfolio in Roswell.
Yeah, thanks, Lee. I think one of the things, when we were together last year putting together our policy, us as a family, council and mayor, and we came up ultimately with 41 major objectives, of which, by the way, we're going to announce probably for the end of the year with the status of those 41 objectives. I believe 38 of those 41 have been executed, thanks to the great teamwork and execution of this council and the staff. But it's interesting, when we were going through and they were establishing the policy, we were looking at strategic objectives, we were doing SWOT analysis, and I would remind us that we said, we compared ourselves to our sister cities, and we said, all right, what are our weaknesses, what are our strengths? And one of the two strengths that came out immediately in the analysis that y'all made was obviously the 7 contiguous miles of the Chattahoochee River and activating the River Master Plan. That was part of a cohesive strategy of saying, what do we have that our sister cities don't have? What have we not effectively done a great job with? What can make a difference to our citizens? The second thing that we identified, ironically, which we did not activate as a plan, been working on it tangentially, but we did not activate it as a comprehensive plan. But the second thing that we talked about was we had a historical advantage over our sister cities. That we had something that people could not replicate, could not duplicate, could not make up, and that we had to figure out how to make that work better, not only for our residents, but for the entire community and as an attraction. And thus, well, one of the 41 things we did not identify was a historical assets plan, and we talked about it. It's one of the things we will identify for 2023. I'm very excited about it, whether or not we purchase this property or not. I do think there's wisdom in purchasing this property from a whole bunch of reasons, because I think if we allow this property to go back to the private market, this probably will become, with all due deference to attorneys, will probably become an attorney's office. Nothing wrong with that. But I don't think that that is what we're after, and I don't think it's radically changing the landscape that we're saying we so want to change over the long term, and having that tied together, which you began to allude to, because there's some real cool stuff, and I can't wait that we start sharing and percolating out there, because I think our community is going to be excited about it. But enough of me talking. Councilmember Vanstrom, you want to say something, sir?
Yeah, I do not disagree with Councilwoman Hills that this is a great opportunity. I don't disagree with the mayor that it's a great opportunity. I've been learning in my first year here on council. I'm a very impatient person, and I thought all these processes that we have to go through to start understanding all these things tend to take, I was like, why does it take so long? Why do we go to committee one, then we come back to committee again and discuss it, and we go to in front of council like today, we were discussing a lot of things in front of the public and amongst ourselves. I'm learning that that's a great process, because we really can flush out a lot of things. The first time you look at something, you're going to walk away and inevitably you're going to find some more questions. And I feel like in this instance, for me personally, I could use a little more time with this. And if deferral is an option, I would like to see a deferral. I know we're on a time crunch for a closing, but I think that we can make that still work if we had a little more time to discuss a few questions that I do have and some things that I'd like to discuss and unfold. So I would ask for a deferral.
Thanks, Peter. Councilmember Mortland?
Yes, sir, I agree with that deferral piece for now. I came in with a certain mindset on this, and as I've been going through all the paperwork again, I'm starting to come with new ideas, new questions, just things that need time to understand. So I'm totally on board with the deferral for this.
Councilmember Beeson?
Just to reiterate, because this is incredibly new for me, all of this information, I would also like to third the idea of a deferral as well.
Okay, so with your permission, I'm going to take it to Roswell residents. Yes, ma'am. You're a stranger. Thank you for visiting us today. And
thank you. My name is Janet Russell. In March, I will have lived in Roswell 50 years. I never imagined that I would spend my life here, but I'm glad I have. I live in the historic district, and I have watched this city flip off the historic district for 50 years. They have not realized the value of what we have at all. They've decided that it's really important to have Targets and Kohl's and Home Depots, and I have to tell you, as a professional in the tourism business for over 40 years and formerly the president of a national tourism organization and someone who's done consulting with African governments to create tourism products, I can assure you no one has ever said to me, your town has 2 Kohl's and a Target, I can't wait to visit. No one. And when you tell visitors or people that live here what we have in this town, they are stunned. Today I took MARTA downtown. I had a meeting in Decatur with clients, and I met 4 people who live here who have no idea what's here, nothing, and they've lived here for a long time. And I said, well, call me, here's my card. 2 days ago, I was at a Franco-German Christmas event in Peachtree Center, and I met a couple who live in Johns Creek. Oh, no, sorry, they live in Seattle, but we're visiting for a wedding, originally from India. And he said, oh yeah, we come back all the time to visit. I said, here's my card. He said, my brother knows nothing about anything in this town. I said, surprise, surprise. So I'm going to tell you that I think if you don't take action on this, you guys are nuts. Why? I live in a 60s brick ranch, and on my street are 2 Habitat for Humanity houses that were built 20 years ago for $20,000 each. They have no carport, no garage, no fence, no basement. And one sold this summer for $450,000. And it sits on a 14-foot wide street with no curbs. You're getting a historic home in a historic district for 1.5, and you think you need to defer it? You guys are shooting yourselves in the foot. A few years ago, where Mill Kitchen was up for sale. The old funeral home. Said goodbye to a lot of friends there. It was $2 million back during the Great Recession, and the city didn't do it. One of the women in her wisdom said, the city doesn't want to get into the real estate business. I said, too late. We're in a building we own. We got 700 acres of parks, 27. How many buildings it's too late. I've said this before. God so loved the world, he did not send a committee to save it. Get your act together, and what Nike says, just do it today and show you got the cojones to get it done.
Thank you, ma'am. Yes, sir. Welcome. Please share with everybody your name and where you live. And happy Christmas.
Ho, ho, ho. My name is Bob Hagan. I live on Stroop Road. I'm a resident of Roswell of 45 years. I've owned property and still own property in the historic district. Council and Mayor, I applaud you for considering buying this property. You cannot lose it. I respect you wanting to defer this. This is a fair price. We do not want to lose this property. I am the president of Friends of Bullock, very involved in the historic district. We need this. Residents want this property, I assure you. I do not think you will get any backlash over this. This property needs to be a part of the historic assets of Roswell. It's an extremely fair price. In deferring this, we could lose this. The owners of this property need to move. They are ill, and they want this property to be a part of the portfolio of the city of Roswell. And I beg you to please vote yes on this tonight, and let's move forward. If it doesn't work out, you won't lose, I promise you. You could sell that and make money. I mean, I wish I had the opportunity, but y'all have the opportunity to buy this house. Let's do not lose it. We're historic Roswell, and we need to stay historic Roswell and show our residents that we're historic Roswell. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate it very much. Any other thoughts, comments, or questions from Roswell residents? Yes, sir.
Good evening, Michael Del Chero, 1075 Churchill Lane. Thank you for everyone for bringing, forth all these different questions. Really good questions. I personally have experience in real estate. Would lend my 2 cents to this discussion. You have an opportunity, and with a business mindset, you need to weigh the pros and the cons. From my perspective, it's the first time seeing it. I guess y'all were in closed session, I believe, to vet this out. So it's my first time hearing about this. So if I may, that's the first thing I want to just bring on behalf of the residents and the citizens, that it's the first time hearing about this. I did try it in good faith to read through the purchase and sales agreement. I'm familiar with all the GAR forms. Looked through Exhibits A and so on. And it's not a standard contract that I'm familiar with. So that's the first observation I have is first time seeing it and not having ample time to really fully digest it. So, hear that if you may. Items that really came fourth to me that really seemed to stand out is indeed, high quality inspection on asbestos and lead paint, probably very dated electrical, plumbing, and mechanicals, structural and safety, so the question I have is what kind of repairs may be required to make it great. I remember previously when Mimosa was starting to go live, there was great discussion about the pool, an area there that was considered unsafe off to the back left of the property. So you just don't know what you don't know about latent issues. I'd love to hear your approach on that. The second is the funding. The funding sounds like it is outside of budget. I'd like to get a little bit more detailed understanding about how that works, where that money's coming from. It's getting tagged to a certain account or a chart of accounts. I would love to hear that. And again, back to the maintenance and repairs. All I'm asking for is a further drill down for folks here for the discussion this evening. It's my first time hearing about a historic assets plan. I know that we value our properties and assets throughout Roswell. You have an opportunity here, and so I'd love to hear a bit more about this historic asset plan. Perhaps as a solution, I looked at the agreement, the sales contract. I think it says close by December 31st, 2002, if I'm not mistaken. But perhaps maybe one idea can be is to put in there an amendment to the agreement right underneath there on the signature page before it's executed and binded, to put in a different closing date to give you ample time for your due diligence. I'm leaning towards deferring just because the process seems much too much too quickly for my preference. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, very much. Any other thoughts or comments or questions from Roswell residents? All right, that being said, bring it back to the dais, to council, and I will say that I think this was incredibly well vetted internally in terms of the deal enclosure, which is a private matter and can't be discussed publicly because it's a real estate matter for obvious reasons to protect parties. There is a reason the December 31st timeline is in there, because it's part of an incentive that matters to the buyer, the seller, forgive me. This one does not seem real complicated in terms of if people have, there are a lot of questions that will be answered in terms of the mechanics that always need to be answered. This is pretty simple. This is pretty simple real estate proposition is what this is. And I will tell you that personally, as much as we've discussed this, and I would not expect Councilmember Beeson, I do not include you in these comments, because there's no way that you could know this, and you haven't been a part of this, and you hadn't been a part of this, there's no way you would know this. But I can tell you this is an out-and-out rejection of what we've discussed, and I'll take it out and out as a personal rejection of my leadership, Michael and Peter and Will, because, there are always things going to come up, and the only reason this issue is on the table today is because there is political opposition that arose today to this matter when there wasn't any political opposition before. Now all of a sudden there's political opposition, so we want to defer it. When it's clearly the best thing to do for the city. You elected me, you elected the city council people to make decisions. If you don't like the decisions, you can disagree with them. You can run against them and beat them. And you can run against me and beat me. But you voted for me to get things done and to make decisions. That's what you voted for me for. That's what you voted for this council. And this council, to their massive credit, has been bold this year and made decision after decision, whether or not they thought it was popular, they thought it was the right thing to do for the city, and they've done it time after time this year. And this is a heck of a way to go out in 2022 at the end of the year and make a political decision, and that's not you, Sarah, because you don't know, to make a political decision because some of our supporters have hard questions and don't like it. When clearly it's the best thing for the city. We know it's the best thing for the city. We've discussed and vetted it before. Yes, we have a historical assets plan that will be delivered in 2023. It's not ready. It's not ready for prime time. It will be ready for prime time, and this council and mayor will deliver it. And it's going to make sense for the next 25 to 50 years for this city's history, future. And this is just one little small piece of it. But from a real estate, Janet said so well, you don't want to be in the real estate business. Sister, you made a decision to get in the real estate business a long time ago. A long time ago. You're in the asset business. And I have a fiduciary responsibility to make good decisions financially for this city. If I didn't think this was a wise decision for the city, financially, I would not be advocating it. So I can tell you, Councilmember Palermo, Councilmember Vanstrom, and Councilmember Worthland, you defer this. This is a direct rejection of me and what we have worked on for this year. So feel free to defer the damn thing. Yes, sir. Councilmember Palermo.
Well, I'd say the biggest thing that was surprising was there was a detail of this enclosure that once this documentation came out and it's in the packet did not align fully with some of the details discussed in closure. That being said, there is another option as well, which is, of course, there's always the opportunity this council could decide to defer this to a special called meeting where a final decision is made quickly. That's one decision. Another opportunity is there's always the opportunity to take a recess into closure and discuss these items, and then come back in this same single meeting, same single night, and for this council to perhaps decide to approve, perhaps decide to defer, perhaps decide to deny. That's always obviously the choices, but I think those are two different options. But I don't think it's fair to say that if there's any interest or support for deferring, that it in any way reflects on the mayor or any other elected official, and instead just that in the closure meeting there was some information that has been since updated once this comes out, and so that's where I think additional discussion in closure I think is merited, whether that's through a deferral or that's through just as a part of this existing meeting.
Thank you, Michael. Councilmember Hills.
Thank you, Mayor Wilson. If you all will indulge me, I want to tell you a little bit about this gem that we need to have in our city, owned by the city. Holly Hill was built circa 1845, built by Savannah cotton broker Robert Adams Lewis and his wife, Catherine Barrington. That's pretty significant. Niece of town founder Roswell King. The house was originally known as the Lewis House. It was one of the 13 original buildings to survive the Civil War when the mills were burned. The City and Historical Society already have several other original properties, which we've mentioned, Bullock, Barrington, Mimosa, and Smith Plantation. Holly Hill is one of only 2 homes that front directly onto Roswell Square, which this mayor and council, I'm assuming we're still on board, wants to continue to activate. I know there are a lot of opinions that feel we've let our residents down that live in the historic district during Christmas, and I assure you that will continue to improve. We are very committed to Town Square. That is another gem in this city in our portfolio. It's the other being Barrington Hall. So this is one of 2. This is it. It's game over. There are no other homes that are properties that are this historic that face Town Square. As far as, Mr. Davison, you may have to help me out with this, as far as asbestos and that kind of thing, but I do know that the house over time had gotten a little run down, and then 1984, the owners who are selling it now did a complete restoration. Now, I don't know exactly what details you have in the environmental, but I know that to me, this is an exciting piece because the folks that own it, that are selling it now, were committed to preserving what this city was built on. Like, they put so much sweat, blood, and tears into it, making sure that the features in the home were accurate, period. The home still contains original features that they kept, 2 original very valuable black marble fireplaces, the original pocket doors, and you should see them. I mean, it's fantastic. I could move in there, seriously, if I had the money. I would love to live there. And the floors, there are many original features, but the house has not been updated again since then. It's just been continued maintenance on that. So to have somebody that lives there and poured their heart into it, hoping that the city would cherish that and then be able to celebrate it in a way that more people could see it. I'm not going on emotion on this. I'm just telling you usually get an old dog that needs a lot of rehab. And this one I do not believe is. I'm not going to vote for a deferral tonight.
Yeah, this is everything, this is how we got elected. We got elected because this is what we used to do in the past.
Exactly.
We used to not do what we thought was the right thing to do because people would get unhappy and send us emails and call us and say, and threaten us. And that happened today. And so, doggone it, you guys have worked too hard this year. I mean, is there a motion? Do you want to go to closure and discuss this? Yes, sir.
Yeah, I'd say, again, for me, the biggest factor is when this was discussed in closure, there was one detail that was different than here, so I'd prefer the opportunity for this mayor and council to kind of discuss just some of those overall aspects.
Would you like to make a motion to go to closure?
I'd motion that, Mr. Davidson, is it motion we go to recess to closure?
Sorry, Michael, sorry. Say that, you said that more properly than I did. I apologize.
So
The
that's
motion is to
my
go to
motion,
recess.
To go to recess for closure.
To go to recess for closure. There's a motion to go to recess for closure to
And
discuss.
then when closure is completed, we come back up
We'll come back here. Yes, sir. So there's a motion to go to recess to closure. Is there a second? Seconded by Councilmember Beeson. I'm sorry, Will, I got to give her credit. All right, all in favor of going to recess for closure, please raise your hands. All right, is it unanimous? We are recessing and going to closure. Thanks so much. We'll be back later on. Can't tell you how long it's going to be. It may be a while. Welcome back to the Roswell Mayor and City Council meeting of December the 12th, 2022. I asked for a motion. We adjourned earlier with a recess to go to closure. I have to ask for a motion to come back from closure and end the recess. Do I have a motion to end the recess?
Motion to reconvene?
Motion to reconvene from Councilmember Peter Vanstrom. Thank you.
Second.
Seconded by Councilmember Lee Hills. All in favor of reconvening, please raise your hands. Passes unanimously. We are reconvened. Welcome back. Okay. All right, let's find our agenda. So we are item number 8. Yeah, approval of a contract to purchase certain property located at 632 Mimosa Boulevard, known as Holly Hill, at a purchase price not to exceed $1.5 million, and authorizing the mayor to execute the contract. David, you've read the item. So any comment or questions from council on the item? Councilmember Hills.
Thank you, Mayor Wilson. I continue to be a huge advocate and supporter of our historic assets, and I will be supporting this opportunity to purchase Holly Hill.
Thank you, Councilmember Hills. Councilmember Palermo.
Thank you, Mayor Wilson. Obviously, as we discussed before, I do not take this or any decision lightly that involves spending taxpayer money. That being said, some factors that are very important to me is, first of all, this is one where the purchase price is lower than the appraised value. It's lower than market value, which is certainly not the case with other property purchases, including other historic home property purchases. I think what's really important is, as was mentioned tonight, this will be helpful in not only connecting to our other historic assets when this mayor and council and staff really work together with the public to really make a very clear and frankly more successful historic asset plan. So I think this will be able to play into that, but also help really activate and add more to our historic square, which I thought was a great point brought up earlier, as well as I've often been vocal that I certainly have the goal of connecting our historic square with Canton Street. And I think having this property and creating opportunities there can help do that, and especially as we have a boutique hotel planned right on the north side of on the north end of Mimosa. So I think there's a lot of opportunities that exist. So ultimately, I see it as really underpaying for a great property that I'm very confident, unlike the city's done a great job of in the past, I'm very confident in staff and this mayor and council that we're going to take advantage of the opportunity and create really something that Roswell residents can be very proud of, as well as hopefully just continuing to create just the destination that is Roswell with some of our unique attributes, which certainly includes our history. So for those reasons, I'm ready to support this, and I think council did a great job of discussing potential contingencies as well as just other financial benefits, et cetera, of this. And ultimately, I'm optimistic this will be something that Roswell residents will enjoy, both this specific property as well as the larger area around it.
Thank you, Councilmember Palermo. Councilmember Vanstrom.
Yeah, I'd like to thank the mayor and the council and the staff that one thing that we seem to be doing very well here in this first year we spent together is when we do have things we still need to discuss, when we still need to hammer out a few issues, I think we do that very well with a lot of respect for each other, and I really appreciate that. And I appreciate the opportunity to have our little break there. That helped a lot to clarify a lot of things that we needed to. And that being said, I am a true believer in our historical assets, and I don't think that we're maximizing our assets, and that's what this all comes down to. And this is another piece that is going to allow us to do that with an understanding that we are going to organize with the public on how we're going to head in those directions in a very creative manner to make our historic assets an even better blessing to the city. We've got the river, we've got our history. Those are the things that should be drawing people to visit Roswell, and we need to make those better. I'm going to be supporting this.
Thank you, Councilmember Vanstrom. Councilmember Mortland.
Yeah, Councilman Vanstrom basically took it straight from me, and I was going to say thank you for that extra little breakout session because I needed that. That helped get good clarification around some of the questions I had on this piece. But yeah, now I understand and am on board with this being a good piece to the puzzle of the historical plan, the historical assets, what that's truly going to do for our future. So yeah, I'm excited about the future on this, and adding this is going to be key. So thank you for that.
Thank you, Councilmember Mortland. Councilmember Beatson.
Thank you, Mayor. Discussion that came out, well, the previous discussion that we just had during closure, I think, allowed us to explore a lot of the opportunities. To reiterate what Councilman Palermo said, I think we are able to determine a pathway forward that allows us to be good fiduciaries for the city, strong financial stewards, gives us options to explore over the long run, which I think will be helpful. I was recently elected. I campaigned on economic development and bringing improved third spaces to the city of Roswell, which are places that aren't home but aren't work, places that you can meet. And I think that this creates a viable opportunity for us to explore. And I think also with the potential pathways that were previously mentioned before we broke out with the historic assets, I think this is only able to contribute to that in a way that is financially smart, because it's a fair price for the city for sure.
Thank you, Councilmember Beeson. Let me say, in the heat of the moment, I need to apologize to Peter, to Michael, and to Will, all three publicly here on the dais, for running the bus over all three of you a little bit in a charged atmosphere of making a strong political claim against all three of you. So my apologies to each of you publicly. And thank you for the discussion. Would any of you like to elaborate any further on the discussion in terms of a draft of something to become, or do you want to wait to let that be part of our formal planning for 2023? Okay, wait we shall. All right, that being said, I'm going to ask if there is a motion on item number 8 of approval of a contract to purchase certain property located at 632 Mimosa Boulevard, known as Holly Hill, at a purchase price not to exceed $1.5 million, and authorizing the mayor to execute the contract. So there is a motion by Councilmember Hills. Is there a second? There's a second by Councilmember Mortland. All in favor, please raise your hands. Motion passes unanimously. Thank you very much. All right, City Attorney David Davidson, would you read your next item on the report, please, sir?
Thank you, Mayor. The next item I have is actually the approval of 2 resolutions. One is the actual authorization to close on the item that we just discussed, and a resolution authorizing the execution and delivery of certain documents regarding the purchase of Holly Hill and approval of the financing terms for a Georgia Municipal Association lease purchase financing.
David, anything further to read on that?
Mr. Luckett might be able to come up and talk about the terms on the financing part of it. The closing currently would be scheduled for the 21st of December.
Okay, before you get there, let me make sure. Council, do you have any questions or comments on the matter that David just wrote on the approval of the resolution to authorize? Because after this, I'm going to open a public hearing. So, any comments or questions about? Okay. Ryan, do you want to add any 2 pieces before I go there?
Sure, I can summarize the proposal. We are proposing or recommending to finance this purchase, $1.5 million over 20 years. We are recommending to utilize the Georgia Municipal Association to help us obtain the financing, to help save the city money on issuing of the debt. This proposal was put out to a number of financial institutions to see what the best deal the city could get. The best deal that we received back was from Truist. It was a rate of 3.77%, 20 years. It does include a 1% prepayment penalty if it's paid off in the first 10 years. This would equate to approximately $112,000 in annual debt service, and this would be paid from the general fund.
So just to repeat, 3.77, 20-year arm schedule, can't prepay it before 10 years, 1% prepayment, annual debt service payment is $112,000. It's securing $1.5 million, and the paper will be held by Truist.
Correct.
That's all kind of a quick summation, right? And technically, because it's done through the GMA, it's owned by the GMA. The paper is owned by the GMA, but also is, can you explain, there's one little kind of thing that's kind of complicated there that's different than a normal deed?
It's basically as a result of state law. GMA has to hold it, but as soon as the city pays off the debt, that reverts, the title reverts back to the city, and it is our property.
Very good. All right, thank you. All right, so I'm now going to open a public hearing to discuss the financing for the purchase of Holly Hill at 632 Mimosa Boulevard. So it is wide open for all Roswell residents to speak on this matter. So we are having a public hearing. Anybody would like to come up and speak on the potential financing for the purchase of Holly Hill at 632 Mimosa Boulevard is welcome. All right, I'm now going to close the public hearing on this matter. Are there any further questions or comments from council? Outstanding. Is there a motion on this item?
Motion to approve to authorize closing and a resolution authorizing the execution and delivery of certain documents regarding the purchase of Holly Hill and approving of finance terms for a Georgia Municipal Association lease purchase financing.
Thank you, Councilmember Hills. Do I have a second? Seconded by Councilmember Morthland. All in favor of approving the resolution to authorize closing and a resolution authorizing the execution and delivery of certain documents regarding the purchase of Holly Hill and approval of financing terms for GMA lease purchase financing, please raise your hands. Passes unanimously. Thank you very much. All right, let's see. David, please read your last item on your report.
I do not have a recommendation for closure at
Okay.
this time.
All right.
Motion to adjourn.
All right, all those, all right, yeah, exactly. All right, be that there are no other items, please raise your hand. Be that there are no other items, this mayor and council meeting of December 12, 2022 is adjourned. Thank you very much. Well done.